Good morning and welcome to the St. Augustine campus of the University of the West Indies for coverage of the CWI Rising Stars Under-19 Women's Championship match between Guyana and Barbados. I'm Vidya Ramphal alongside Gerard Basso, and the news is here that Guyana won the toss and they have decided to bat first, and they are just about ready for the start. The start is slightly delayed as a result of a shower of rain just about 15 minutes before the start of the game, Gerard, and this is the first game, first time these two teams will be involved in actual play. Both of them, their first games are rained out. Here's the first ball. Wide immediately signaled here off the first ball, and that is delivered by Neil Wood, who is opening the bowling for Barbados. Good morning to you, Gerard.
Good morning, Vidya. Good morning, everyone. And yeah, definitely it's really exciting to be here this morning. Exciting to know that we have under 19 girls cricket, women's cricket being played here at St. Augustine, as you mentioned. And the sun has actually come out, so we look forward to a bright sunny day.
Nice looking defensive shot. And yeah, so far the Guyana team winning the toss and deciding to bat first. It is not a venue that the Barbados team have ever played on, the Barbados Women's Under-19 team. Last year, this tournament was held in Trinidad and Tobago. Different format. I'll run through that in a moment for you. It's going to be a run. Late start from the non-striker, but gets there comfortably in the end. And the non-striker just about ready for action here. That is Naomi Barkoy, the right-hander. And this tournament last year played, so Barkoy and Grimond, the two openers. Liana Grimond, not related to Shanita Grimond, I'm told. And here is the getting ready to continue here in the first over. Gentle medium pace here from Neil Wood. Colin Bryan and Carolyn Brown are your umpires for today. And Simon Arun, he was from Trinidad and Tobago, the third umpire. Hayden Bruce is your match official for today. Yeah, this tournament took place here in Trinidad in 2022. It was a 20-over tournament, a result of preparing for the inaugural edition of the ICC Under-19 Cricket World Cup. Played nicely. Oh, that's misfielded. They won't get the second run because Dean, who was the fielder, got enough onto that to stop it. However, this year it has been extended to a 30-over a-side contest here in Trinidad. This tournament running until the 16th of July. 5 rounds. Each team will play in round-robin competition, and then the final round, which takes place, the finals played here. One, and that is nice looking defensive shot there by Grimond. Yeah, Grimond, the shorter of the two batters. Barkoy, both of them would have been part of the team. Well, that's popped up in the air, but not far away from the fielder. She hadn't gone through with a shot there, Grimond, and luckily for her, that didn't And to each other.
But of course, the fielders who are actually on the 23-meter circle are actually on the circle.
That was a nice looking shot, and that's where the communication comes in. And you're looking at Barcoy, who's at the non-striker's end, and that position that she's in right now, that's the exact position she's adopted since she's come in. She doesn't walk in with the bowler. She has the bat in the crease, and there's not too much in the way of foot movement as the bowler comes in. That's a good-looking shot, turned down by the umpire. And as you can see there, Barcoy did not move more than an inch outside of the crease. She's not walking in at all. So when there's the opportunity for a single, she's always a half step behind or a step or so. 8 without loss at the end of 3. So there's the Guyana team, and a familiar-looking team for many who have been who watched the Guyana team perform last year. They are without their inspirational captain, Ashmini Munisa, who is with the West Indies team for the second T20 international today against Ireland. And Ashmini, the 19-year-old from Barbados, making an ODI and a T20 international debut in the last couple of weeks. Congratulations to her, and really great performance from her over the last year. It's trying to force that one off the back foot, but there is a fielder that has been pushed out to extra cover, maybe about 3/4 ways to the boundary. Yeah, Munisa is with the West Indies team. They play their third and final match on Sunday against Ireland women. And then Ashmini will be available for Guyana for their last 3 matches. So if her teammates can get themselves in an advantageous position, her addition at the end could be big for them. Nice looking shot, but straight to the fielder again. And watching Barcoy hit these, she's hitting some nice, elegant looking shots, but after that, there's really no attempt to even look for the single, put any pressure on the fielders. It's as if the crease is a safe zone that you're not allowed to leave unless it's absolutely sure.
And I had a walk by the Guyana dugout, by their dressing room, and she is a strongly built young lady. And I think it's probably synonymous with players who tend to have a little more size, that they adopt the stand and deliver type attitude to scoring runs.
That was a very full delivery there from Howell, almost creeping through the defense. And we talk about the impact of this tournament on women's cricket. This under-19 tournament, members of in the recent series with Ireland, Munisa was one, Zeta James from St. Lucia was another one, and Trinidad and Tobago Chanel Sao and Janaba Joseph also making it onto that squad. On drive, and that should have been another single, but they won't go for it. And there's a huge amount of indecision between these two.
I was just about to mention to you that even young Sugrim from Trinidad and Tobago, she's had her time with the senior West Indies team as well. And that's one of the things that tournament director has said.
Bit too wide outside the off stump there. Yeah, so this is one of the problems for the Guyana under-19 team. We saw this last year. They tend to dig themselves into a hole very early because the lack of singles. They don't strike very well.
And that was evident actually in their first game against the Windwards as well.
Yeah, it's all part of the development of these players, learning to turn over the strike as the 4th over comes to an end. And they didn't get a run off that over, so 8 without loss after 4 overs. So get ready for the 5th over to be bowled here, and there is a bowling change, and Erin Dean is going to come in. She was at final. No, this is Dean. Dean is right in front of us here. Now is that number 18? Sabi Calendars come into first slip, and the first sign of spin here for Barbados. And there's how it's gone so far. 4 wides. Wide's the top scorer so far in this match. So Tiani Herbert Mayers is the new bowler, just 14 years of age, and bowling her off spinners. So Herbert Mayers, first time we're seeing her, and Barbados haven't. Number 9 for Barbados. Herbert Mayers, Tiani Herbert Mayers. Oh, there's a big mix-up here. And they still managed to get through, and only just. That could have been easily a run out. And that indecision, as we've been alluding to, between these two, almost coming back to haunt them there, Jared.
Yeah, the little fumble by Aaron Dean there, and the cover is allowing the batters to come through for that single. But the indecision there is definitely, the communication is not there. And of course, as you mentioned, just being 14 years old.
Oh, it has come back viciously to take the off stump, and there is the first wicket. And that is an excellent ball, a brilliant delivery there from Herbert Mayers, and that one has come back very sharply and has knocked over Naomi Barcoy. She thought that one was going to go through to the keeper. It came back in very well. Brilliant delivery, the best we've seen in the short time so far, and Herbert Mayers has struck the first blow. And
throughout her first over here, Herbert Mayers, she actually has been putting the ball on that good length. As you take a look at it here again, beating Barcoy all ends up taking that off pull, and coaches will always tell you, aim for that off stump, top of off, and that's exactly what 14-year-old Myers has done, bringing Barbados their first scalp here in this encounter.
Yeah, that's really good bowling from her. And a big smile on her face as she's ready to bowl to the new batter in here. And that will be Talea Mantramutu, who is in now. And she was a top scorer in the last game for Guyana. She is number 31 on her back there. And she is 17 years old, a right-hand batter. She's going to have to be very cognizant of this ball spinning back in from the 14-year-old Herbert Mayers. She's immediately gone for a big shot, and she's gone. LBW first ball. That one turning back in. Not the best of shots, you have to say, from Mandramutu. And the number 3 batter has to go back first ball. And the youngster, Herbert Mayers, sensational start here for her. She's on a hat-trick.
Yeah, and she hasn't missed her mark yet in this over. As we take a look at the replay here, yet again, putting the ball on that good length. And really an awful looking shot there, trying to hoik across the line of the delivery, not making any contact, and situation, you miss, I'm going to hit, and hit the pad. She did.
Yeah, hit the pad maybe about off stump or so, and that ball was turning, and it was pretty much on the crease, so she missed out on what should have been an easy half volley through the covers. The problem was for her, instead of just trying to drive it through the covers, she was trying to pull it to really lift it over the onside, and that's playing across the line, never a good idea, and she was out LBW.
As you mentioned, the ball turning, I had a chance to walk along the pitch with third umpire Arun, and I asked him about some of the cracks that I saw, especially at this northern end of the wicket of the pitch, and there are some quite predominant cracks. That's something that these batters are going to need to be aware of once facing spin, because the odd one may touch down inside one of the cracks and you will get some purchase.
Well, the new batter trying to get the feet going, that is Sarah Amin. And Sarah Amin in for Guyana, and it is the hat-trick ball here for Tiani Herbert Mayers, who is on a hat-trick here. Can she get the hat-trick here with the last ball of her first over? Let's see.
Sarah Amen here, who's actually 18 years old, and she's going to be celebrating her 19th birthday in 2 days.
Yeah, she is. So she doesn't want to present a present to to the Barbadian bowler at the moment.
Likewise, the other way around for Myers.
Yeah. Here's the hat-trick ball. Oh, that was very close. They're appealing for a catch on the wicket, and there it is, the hat-trick for Tiani Herbert Mayers. Oh my, this is sensational. The first hat-trick of the tournament, and the 14-year-old, look at the smile on her face. It's as broad as Bridgetown itself, and not a bad dance move to end it off. That's the hat-trick, and a sensational start here for the Barbados ladies.
And very well taken by the Korea Collymore, standing behind the stumps, because she did fumble it, but managed to keep it within her body and complete the catch. And I'm guessing Daddy Corey Collymore, former West Indies fast bowler, he's going to be proud to see his young charge there, his young daughter, the Korea, completing and becoming part of the statistic that is part of their first hat-trick in the tournament.
Wow, that is absolutely sensational there. So the LBW, the caught behind, and the ball that started it off, and that ball to start off the sequence of the hat-trick was absolutely brilliant, but what happened is absolutely sensational, and I don't think that smile on the face of Herbert Mayers is going to come off anytime soon. That is absolutely brilliant for her, and I'm sure her parents and the whole of Barbados watching this game must be very happy. Their team has started brilliantly, 9 for 3 at the end of the over.
So in the space of just about an over, the Guyana have gone from 8 without loss to 9 for 3, and definitely in a spot of bother. If we are to go on anything that they did 2 days ago, we know that their batting is not necessarily a strong suit. Well, this Guyanese team.
Well, the Guyana new batter is Sienna Retemaya, the number 21. So she is in here now in a very interesting situation. Grimond has watched the carnage from the other end. She's facing up now and playing off the back foot to Howell, who is continuing. Wood, correction. I believe it is Howell who is going to continue here. But we'll just confirm that in a moment. But still taken aback by that hat-trick. Now often Wood, in fact it is, correction. Nice looking shot, but they won't get the single. Herbert Mayers is there, and they don't want to run anything to her hands at the moment.
You can see Skipper Trishan Holder standing at mid wicket there, just inside of the 25-meter circle. She's actually jeering up her team because she realizes that they're definitely on top in this one.
Flicked away, finally getting some contact onto it. They should get a couple here, and they will get 2. That's the first double of the game. And there was almost a collision between the two batters. They were both running on the same side. And luckily, the Grimond, who got the bat on that, she had to swerve at the last moment before running into Retemaya. Oh, that's not far away from the bowler. Didn't carry to the mid-on fielder, but what a start here for Barbados. This tournament has its first hat-trick here. Haven't seen any from the other 2 games. Trinidad and Tobago women. Jamaica 27 for 2 in that game I'm seeing. Jamaica were actually 2 for 2 at one point, so that represents a bit of a recovery there for them. Very full delivery. And then the Windward Islands and the Leeward Islands. The Leeward Islands 26 for 2 in their match at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Cuba. So wickets all over. The most here, 3 in 3 balls. Tiani Herbert Mayers. Another wide. And Guyana in all sorts of trouble here. And that They're looking now in danger of not batting out the 30 overs, but they'll have to produce a really special effort now to go on to get something out of this game. And Grimond keeping her end alive. We haven't seen much of Rettenmeier so far. We'll see what she has to offer coming up. Now, the end of the over here, at the end of 6 overs, it is 12 for 3. So Herbert Mayers is going to continue from the other end. That's the southern end of the ground. And 3 wickets in 3 balls. Well, she's on fire at the moment here.
She has gone down in history. She will always be remembered as the first hat-trick in the tournament, the 2023 Under-19 Women's Rising Stars tournament.
Well, this is going to be the first ball that Rettenmeier is going to face from her. She came in at the fall of the last wicket, which was the last over. Didn't face. So let's see what Herbert Mayers has in store for her. Oh, that is a good delivery. Almost getting 4 and 4. Wow. Not a good policy to stay on the crease and watch the ball turn into you. She has to get forward here.
One of the things I've noticed about Myers is that she doesn't have very much of a long run-up, but she pivots very well and keeps her arm as high as possible.
That's striking on the pad. Stifled appeal from the bowler. And you can actually see the spikes on her shoes as she's coming in. So you talk about the pivot just before that. That left leg comes up very, very high indeed. Oh, that's again on the pad. That is close. Nothing doing from the umpire. And some nervous moments there. And Rettenmeier is getting a little bit of a talking to here from Grimond. And I think that the conversation is really, you got to get forward here. And you can see the ball, even from that angle, you can see that ball is turning in very sharply. She's getting a lot of purchase here at UE Spec.
Yeah, and that pivot and that hip coming over is giving her that momentum into the ball, and it's part of the reason that she's able to extract so much purchase on the wicket, notwithstanding, as I mentioned, the cracks that are just outside the off stump.
That's a bit shorter, staying on the crease. Can't get the single, though. And with this start, Barbados have put themselves in an excellent position now to go on to win the game. The problem, what they have to make sure is to keep the foot on the throat here of the Guyana team, not allow them to get away. They have to keep it tight now. Some more flight there from the bowler. And the off-spinner, no success in the second over. When you get a hat-trick in the first over, it's absolutely brilliant. And we're really pumped up for this one coming into the game. Well, the bails are off here, but that's off the gloves of the keeper, so don't be too worried there, fans of Guyana. And that was pulled back onto the stumps. And what is I think the call is a no ball. Yes, it is a no ball. And the reason for it is that the keeper, the Korea Collymore, has actually reached far in front of the stumps to collect the ball. That's what has happened here. And that has been called a no ball by umpire Brian, who is at the other end. Here's how it happened. Now look at the hands of the bowler, the keeper. She's kind of reaching back as she hits the stumps. And as you can see, the stump that was hit was actually leaning backwards, not forwards. If you're hitting it from the back, it would have been leaning the other way. So that does suggest, the visual evidence is, she did collect that one in front of the stumps. Oh, that's an ugly-looking swipe. And they're under a huge amount of pressure here, Guyana. And it is because of the 14-year-old Tiani Herbert Mayers, who has completed a very good over here. And 13 for 3 at the end of her second over.
And, as we mentioned, Tiani just being 14 years old. The average age of the Guyana team is 18 years of age. The average age of the Barbados team is 16 years, 9 months. So Barbados definitely has one of the younger teams in the tournament. Guyana on the other end of the spectrum. And you would kind of expect that having more age, you would have a little bit more experience. But it's definitely not showing here from the Guyanese girls.
Yeah, it certainly is. And that's where they'll need to be doing some work. Good ball outside the off stump there from Wood, who's back on. And you mentioned those ages. Ebony Brathwaite, the youngest player on the team, she is 14 years old. Outside of Tiani Herbert-Meyers and Brathwaite, there is also Solange Harford, who is 14 years old. And that average that you mentioned could actually be even lower because the three players left out are 15, 14, and 17 respectively.
And actually, Ebony actually is not in the team anymore. She was actually replaced by Jamise Morris-Allen, who is also very young. Yeah. So it doesn't do anything much by way of the average age in the team. Yeah. But definitely, this is a team that we're probably going to see for a few years.
Yeah, good signs here for Barbados. Single finally for Guyana. That one coming off the bat there of Grimond, who was happy to go down to the other end and get the single. So far, very little pressure on the fielders for Barbados here. They haven't been asked they haven't been put under any pressure at all by the batters, who have not rotated the strike well at all in the first 7 overs or so of this contest. Cut away. That's a good shot. Into the gap. There is a fielder out on the boundary, but they won't get two here. That's one for Retemiah. Yeah, so that she's finally gotten going here. Grimond, more pressure on her to really get Guyana up to a score that will challenge Barbados here.
This is one of the things that Guyana need to realize. It's a 30-over game, so they do have time.
Well, that's striking on the pad, going down the leg side, according to umpire Brian. That one maybe just a little bit wide, pitching on the middle and leg, but going further away.
Guyana, they do have time, so they can actually do some repair work here, these two, and actually build an innings. And as you mentioned, Vidya, they need to look for some singles. Still inside the 9-over power play, so there are still some gaps outside of the 20 meters ring.
Again, on the leg stump, picked off. They will get a couple. No boundaries so far for Guyana. Precious few here. And in fact, that is the one that's gotten closest to the boundary. That's something that they haven't done a lot of, picking off those balls down the leg side. So another single to Guyana as they continue to move on here. And that is the end of the over. So still, the opening bowlers just persisting in that. They haven't quite gotten it right in terms of getting the ball down the leg side a lot here. The only bowler that really has gotten it right has been the off-spinner, Tiani Herbert-Meyers.
She's truly impressed so far. From ball one, she seemed to, as they say, put the handkerchief down, and she's been hitting that mark consistently. Probably just varying the length slightly by about 6 or 7 inches, but definitely hitting her straps immediately.
Another good delivery, forcing a defensive shot. We're here in a very windy UE Spec ground. The Sir Frank Worrell Field here at the University of the West Indies, one of several properties across the Caribbean named after the famous former West Indies cricketer. Of course, he is, as you would know, from Barbados, part of the 3Ws, that wonderful group of cricketers that came in the 1940s and 50s. Sir Frank would have played up to 1963 as captain of the West Indies team. It's a bit shorter, but not put away. Maybe a few meters to the left, and that could have been another single there for the new batter, Retemiah.
Well, this is good from Retemiah, though. She's been watchful, and that's probably what's needed at this moment.
A bit shorter, and into the gap. They will get the single easily. Barbados backing off well in the outfield, so just the one run.
And that's the evidence of actually now being able to build an innings. You can be watchful for 2 to 3 deliveries, and then the possibility lies you get that odd one that might be shorter or in your zone that you can knock away, take up a single or two, or even hit a boundary or two. So really good going here from Rettimaya, bringing her skipper Grimmond back on to strike.
That's a good delivery. This one starting outside the off stump and just ending up just beside the off stump, turning in again. And Grimmond, the vice captain of the Guyana team, brought in as captain today, as we mentioned. Ashwini Munisa will be part of the West Indies team for what we believe will be her second T20 international appearance. Oh, that's another good delivery. She does get it away. And yeah, this is where Barbados perhaps missed a trick. I mean, you can't be critical of a team that have already taken 3 wickets early here. But they have a mid-on in place instead of a mid-wicket. And that's where most of the shots have been played by Rettimaya and Grimmond. So that's where they really need to plug that gap. End of the over. And Guyana continuing to crawl along here. That's the end of the power play. And 10 overs gone at the moment. 9 overs. Spin at both ends now, and this looks like it will be Dean, who has been campaigning out on the boundary just in front of us here. So Erin Dean is going to fall next. Another off spinner here for Barbados. Let's see what she has to offer. Can she have as sensational a start as Herbert Mayers at the other end? Different looking off spinner, smaller, not quite the same height, and more flight from her, but that starts off with a wide.
And you can see there definitely is a difference between Dean and Maya. Dean, not much momentum going through the crease. Really just floating that first one up way outside the off stump.
Adjustment in the field. There's Herbert Mayers, so that's why the umpire is looking in this direction. Herbert Mayers coming back to the long on boundary. One that's flighted again and almost ending back up into the hands of Dean. And that Erin Dean there, a lot of flight on offer from her. And Grimmond not able to deal with it. You can see that she's eyeing that gap through the mid-on region to pick up the single. A lot of flight on offer here. And that's not a bad tactic at all. I mean, I'm sure that's the way she normally bowls, but it's not a bad tactic against these two who've really not shown the propensity to come forward, use their feet, and take on the spinner. That's pulled away. This could be the first boundary of the match, and won't be, because it's slowed up enormously there, and the fielder coming across to make the stop. But that is a very short delivery, and she had enough time to pull that one behind square.
Yeah, that's Naya Wood posted out there on the square leg boundary, and this is one of those grounds that you usually get full value for your shots. The outfield is like a carpet here at the UE Spec. Probably just a bit of moisture still in the ground from the earlier shower of rain.
Full toss. That's in the gap again. This one slowing up, but it's not enough to not go to the boundary, and that has gone away for 4 runs. So the first boundary of the innings has come, and it's come off the bowling of Dean, and it's come off the bat of Grimmond. And the Guyana team celebrating away just behind. And they do have the big Guyana flag up just behind the players. So some running repairs here done. And Grimmond at the non-striker's end, and sportingly the Barbados opening bowler there, Dean, tying the laces for her. Don't think you'll see that in the Ashes at all. Nobody's going to help you out there from either side. Turned into the gap here. There should be two. They will look for the second one, and they decide to go against it because Holder was across to that quickly, and as we talked about ages in the Barbados team, Holder, the eldest member of the Barbados team at the, shall we say, ripe old age of 19. Also a wicketkeeper for the Barbados team. She and Collymore, two of them are listed as wicketkeepers, but Collymore the first string wicketkeeper for the team. Well, that's struck on the pad, and that's out. That's out. The umpire immediately nodding and has sent Rettemeier on her way. So Rettemeyer's gone, playing from the crease again, something that she's done from the start of her innings, and she has perished here. LBW, and the two off-spinners are doing the work here for Barbados. Fourth wicket down, and that's the first wicket for Dean.
Yeah, so again, there evidence video of, as you said, these batters not really using their feet, not really being adventurous, getting forward, trying to play that one off the back foot and being struck on the pad, basically plumb in front of the wicket. Really unfortunate for Guyana because Rettemeier was actually starting to find her stride, playing the ball on merit and knocking down a few just in front of her defensively, and then opening up when she got any width or any ball straying down the leg side. But unfortunately, she has to go back, and Guyana continue to be in all sorts of problems here. Now 27 for 4.
Wickets tumbling here, and Guyana in danger now of being bowled out for a low score. And in the last tournament, they were bowled out. They were rolled for a very low score by Trinidad and Tobago in a sensational match that Trinidad and Tobago coming back to win and eventually forcing themselves up to top spot in the competition before they were unseated by the United States in the last game. And some members of that, one or two members of the USA team going on to play in the CPL after that.
Quite notably would have been their skipper at the time, Kodali.
Gatika Kodali.
Who would have taken that hat-trick last year.
It was in the 60 competition.
Tournament, yeah.
60 competition, took the hat-trick for the Trinbago Knight Riders. The Knight Riders finishing second to the Barbados Royals in the tournament last year, but the Knight Riders getting their revenge, going on to win the CPL Women's title, the inaugural edition of it. And they'll be back again. And Ashmini Munisa is one of the players on from this tournament in that championship. She will be playing for the Guyana Amazon Warriors women's team. A couple of the Barbados players in the running there too. And this Barbados team features quite a few players who have played at Barbados senior level. 12 members of the Barbados team this year played in the last tournament. Not a good start here from Herbert Mayers. And Gramond defending well that first delivery. And in contrast to Rettemeier, who was just staying on the crease, at least Gramond's trying to get forward. She is trying to essay forward to some of these deliveries from Mayers. There again, as you can see, nice little push drive. So she's growing in confidence against the off-spinner, trying to slay the dragon here. Hit uppishly, but not carrying to the fielder. They go for the single, and they get there. I think the fielder was so concerned about getting behind the ball, she didn't notice that they had stuttered away for the single. and managed to get there quite comfortably in the end. That should have been a run out.
She lifted her eyes just before the ball got to her in her eagerness to get it back into the bowler, Myers, but the fumble allowing them. And that's good alert cricket from the Guyanese girls, realizing the fumble allowed them to get through for a single, a much needed single.
Neil Lachman is the new batter for Guyana. She's now on strike. Neil Lachman is now just trying to get her guard, and she's come up against Herbert Mayers. 3 wickets already to her credit, as we pointed out through the morning. She's also just staying on the crease, and of course Herbert Mayers just getting that one to start on the mid-stump and going down the leg side. But she would see that she would start to believe that Lachman here might be a candidate for LBW, the way she played that first delivery. Yeah, rather, she's playing across. Well, she's trying to play with the turn, and that one has gone to mid-wicket. This is a little bit better here from Barbados, the skipper. Try to cut that one. There is a deep cover in place. There's also a deep mid-wicket here for Herbert Mayers. And Neil Lachman survives the last couple of deliveries here. And Barbados continue to exert pressure over this team. Now, they started to release the pressure in parts here, Gerald. I don't know what you think about this. But with that deep cover in place and with the deep mid-wicket, it's sort of a concession here to the batters. I think they would have been better advised to keep them in the circle and not give away the easy singles to those type of deliveries. And
this is one of the things that many young captains are going to learn as they go through. Trishan Holder, she's been the captain of this Barbados team before. And probably just as a run-of-the-mill, you tend to expect that as the power play is over, you spread your field. But sometimes game awareness is something that you need to have as a captain. And it's something that she's going to learn as she goes along.
And this is Dean to continue here, her second over. And Dean, a little bit less flight now in this second over. The first one, she was just getting her range, just trying to get herself to find her range here at this UE Spec ground. Now she's starting to push it through a bit flatter. There is a lot of turn and offer here, as you can see. But that one's starting a bit too wide. It was coming in, but will not trouble the batter there. Today, and we talked about their ages. They will be a force to be reckoned with in years to come. They will be losing Zalia Campbell, who is 19, Trishan Holder, number 10. Well, she will also be gone after this season. That's well played. They will get one. Good single indeed. They ran that well. So those two will age out after this tournament, but all of the rest will be eligible to play next year, and a couple of them have at least 3 or 4 more years to go. That's good signs for Barbados women's cricket.
That's also some good signs looking across the tournament for West Indies cricket.
That's right. This one swept away. Nice looking shot. They should have been pushing for 2 there, and they now belatedly go for the second run, and they do get it. Well, good running in the end there, but Real Diana Grimond there, she really should have been pushing for that second run from the time she got that ball away down to fine leg.
I think when she got to the non-strikers end, then she realized that the fielder still had a way to go to get to the ball. And then she made the call to come back for the second. Some sort of a respectable total and allow their bowlers to possibly restrict Barbados on the 19s.
There's the figures there. Tiani Herbert Mayers, 3 for 5. What a sensational start. 20 dot balls. Chrysanth Howell also. 20 dot balls for her. And the other wicket falling to Erin Dean.
And dot balls, from a batting perspective, is something that seems to be synonymous with West Indies cricket all round. It is something that has been spoken about ad nauseum.
Cumberbatch is the new bowler, by the way. Majani Cumberbatch, the 15-year-old, is in. Worked away on the leg side. So the 3 off spinners for Barbados bowling now. And Herbert Mayers, 3 overs there for her. And she still was bowling quite well. Would you have been tempted to give her another over?
Possibly. But of course, the Barbados team does have a wealth of bowlers at their disposal. And of course, Najani Cumberbatch, one of those younger players, as you mentioned. Najani is just 15 years old, and she will turn 16 at the end of next month, actually. And you can see here from her bowling action, she's a slight bit taller than Myers, and has a slight higher arm action than Myers. But like Myers, she does pivot quite well off of that front foot.
Oh, that is coming off a top edge there. A chase on for Herbert Mayers. And they will get a couple. So 2 runs more to the total. Close to no ball there. And that one just slipping out of the hands of Cumberbatch. And didn't see there was no signal. So that one was... She signaled no ball, yeah. So that was... Right, and it is the free hit. There's the confirmation, the free hit on here.
I always wonder, these players have earpieces. As we talk them well, they do something bad.
Pulled away. And Grimond, well, they're just going to get 1. Oh, there's a chance here to run out at the bowler's end. And that really could have been the end of Lutchman there, who was really struggling to get down to the other end. And the bowler, instead of really staying at the stumps and taking the ball, actually ran backwards, and the chance was gone.
But good alert cricket from Grimond, though, and pushing for that extra run.
A bit too short, but not able to profit. That went straight to the fielder near Wood.
With the scorecard reading as it is, 41 for 4. Halfway into the 13th over, these extra runs may prove quite vital in the end for Guyana when their turn comes to take the field.
Won't get the single this time, straight to the fielder. So they decide to go against it. So the off spinners have taken 4 of the wickets so far, for all 4 of the wickets for Barbados. And Majani Cumberbatch, the latest of those to try her luck from the southern end. Oh, she's missed that completely through the keeper. And that has run away. Well, it is a dead ball has been called. And I believe the reason for that, you might pick it up here on the replay, is as the bowler was coming in, she has a yellow rag in her back pocket. That actually dropped out of her pocket as she was coming in. And that may have been a distraction to the batter. So the umpire calling that one off. So, well, she's kept Grimond quiet here. A lot of dot balls eaten up here by Liana Grimond, but her 27 runs have been invaluable so far as the end of the 13th over has come. Grimond is 27. Lutchman is still out there. And the Guyana under 19 team are 41 for 4. So these the coaches for the 2 teams, just to mention, Dexter Toppin, the head coach of the Barbados team, former Barbados, played his career for Border in South Africa, played some first-class cricket there, 11 first-class and 4 List A games. Actually has coached extensively in Barbados, coach of the Barbados Pride team for the Super 50 in 2021, head coach of the Barbados men's under 17 team, won back-to-back titles in 2018 and 2019. Now here as the coach of the Barbados team, the under 17 women's team, trying to bring some more success here to them. Got away, and quite an affable character is Dexter Toppin. He was actually by to say hello earlier to us today.
And of course, the under-17 boys will be here next month for the Rising Stars under-17 boys tournament to be played here in Trinidad and Tobago.
It's got the toe end of that. That wasn't well cued away. Straight to the fielder, though. Yeah, he will be back here. And he was telling us that this is the first time he's ever coached a team here at the university grounds, University of the West Indies, UE Spec, or Sport and Physical Education Center, as it's called. Nice looking on drive. Well, Grimond was very, very slow to get off there, and a huge amount of indecision between those two. That really was the call of Lutchman, and Grimond was just rooted to the spot. Oh, that's a big edge that has flown past the keeper, and that one would have gone comfortably into the lap of first slip. But there is no first slip in place, and that ends up as an easy single for Guyana.
And the expression from some of the Barbados fielders tells you that that's a chance going a begging.
Yeah, that's a big chance. Now you can see this is going to be a huge edge here. Mistimed cut shot. Yeah, nothing the keeper could have done about that. That really is a catch for first slip. Cut away from the fielder, and they will get one. There was a fielder at backward point, but that flew well to her right. And she escaped with that one. And Dexter Toppin, mentioned him as the coach of the Barbados team. At the other end, Tremaine Smart, the former West Indies player, coaching the Guyana team. Well, she was out there earlier today, and she was with the bowlers there, just getting them to, getting in their air, trying to get them to hit the lengths, and she kept emphasizing that. Smart played 115 times for the West Indies, end of the 14th over here. Guyana 43 for 4. Tremaine Smart, 57 ODIs, 58 T20 matches, 75 international wickets, and a wonderful economy rate during her career. 3.67 in ODIs and 5.51 in T20s. I'd take that any day.
In any format of the game, actually. And it's always good to see the former players in and around the setup of any of the regional teams. Even the tournament coordinator here for the Rising Stars Under-19 girls, Marissa Aguilera, World Cup winning player with the West Indies women, and former captain herself in her own right. Both of Trinidad and Tobago and West Indies, the senior teams, and one of the better wicket keepers going around.
Yes, Cumberbatch. Oh, that's a wide. Oh, that's a good throw. Knocked over the stumps. It went flying there, but batter was already in. It has been signaled a wide, though, and that allowed Grimond to get across to the other end.
So easy going here for Guyana, just knocking the ball around, trying to build a partnership here, Lachman and Grimond, and they still have all but 15 overs and some bit to go to put a score of respectability on the board.
Yeah, partnership starting to develop between these two. That's good signs for Guyana. As you mentioned, Marissa Aguilera and the World Cup winning team. Tremaine Smart, the coach of the Guyana team, was also part of that team. She and compatriot Shemaine Campbell, they were part of that team that won the World Cup in 2016, beating Australia in the finals. And that's another attempt to hit the stumps, and they get through for the single.
Yeah, a memorable final that was on the back of a great innings from now skipper Haley Matthews. Of course, part of the liaison team here at this tournament is Brittany Cooper as well, who has been part of the West Indies women's team for some years as well.
Well, that's hit away well, just away from the fielder, and that's going to run away over the ropes for 4 runs. Not far away from the hand of, was that Howell, who was reaching across to it, but that went for a boundary.
Yeah, a bit of a half a chance if you would want to consider it that, but a much needed boundary here for Guyana, pushing the score up now to 49 for 4.
Yeah, a bit too short there from Cumberbatch. Not quite the control of Tiani Herbert Mayers, but doing her level best here to try to keep down the runs. That one just a bit too short and put away. And now a full toss which could travel to the fielder. Just a shade away there from Herbert Mayers. And they do get another one. So the runs have started to come here now for Guyana. And Barbados will certainly be start to be thinking that they need to end this partnership quickly. They've had a couple of half chances, just haven't taken any of them.
And this is actually good from skipper Grimond, realizing that the longer you stay there, the batting's going to get easier.
Well, that's a very, very short delivery, and they will get one chance at a run out. Well, it was just a dolly throw in there. Really should have been firing that one in. And they get the single rather comfortably.
A long hop by definition, if ever there was one.
Another wide. Too far down the leg side here from Cumberbatch. And as you mentioned, the players staying around the team, the former players, in addition to Tremaine Smart, Guyana also have the former right-arm medium pacer, Hema Singh, as the manager of the team. Barbados, they also do have, they won't get the single this time, they also have Charlene Tate, former West Indies and Barbados player, 16 ODIs and 1 T20 for the West Indies in part of the coaching setup here. End of the over, and Guyana continue to plod along here, but they've started to pick up the runs, and that's going to be the break here at the end of the 15th over. We're halfway through, and Guyana are starting to look a little bit better now, as they were in heaps of trouble at 9 for 3, but this has been a good recovery from them.
Yeah, 9 for 3, then turned into 27 for 4. So a really good going here from Lachman and skipper Grimond, taking their time and rebuilding all the damage that would have been inflicted earlier by the Barbados team, and in particular Herbert Myers, who has picked up that first hat-trick of the tournament in the 5th over. So we expect to see Guyana put on a score here. So we're going to take a little break, and we'll be right back with you at UE Spec.
So welcome back, and here's the start of the 16th over. Calendar is into the attack now. And some pace after several overs of off-spin. We had Wood and Howell starting off at the top for Barbados. Herbert Mayers coming in and sensationally taking a hat-trick in her first over. She bowled 3. Dean and Cumberbatch continuing, and now Asabi Calendar back with some medium pace for Barbados. And she's easily the quickest of the 3 seamen so far for Barbados.
Of course, Barbados, they still have their skipper, Trishan Holder, who can bowl a pace as well.
And Lachman picks up a single here. That's a nice shot into the extra cover region. And a few more spaces in the field here. They've pushed 3 players outside of the circle, one a deep cover, also a deep mid-wicket, and a fine leg in place. So more opportunities now. I think maybe perhaps a bit too early they started to give those, concede those spaces to Guyana. And this partnership, as a result, has prospered. They were 9 for 3 at one point.
Yeah, this partnership is now 26 runs between the two of them as a wide is called here by umpire Brian.
Projected score of 108 according to the computer. There's the current run rate, 3.59.
As long as Grimmond is there, though, she may be thinking to bat as deep as possible and push that score not to 105 or 108, but possibly 130, 140.
Yeah, I think you really need that to challenge this Barbados team. And that's another wide here. So they got another couple of runs, taking a run down the leg side. The keeper not able to collect that one. And as you would expect with Barbados teams, we saw this team last year, and the batters are very well coached. You can see from their techniques last year that these girls have gone through some serious work. So that should have been a single. Again, the lack of communication between Lachman and Grimmond here has been showing, but it happens more when Lachman is actually playing the shots, because that, again, was her call, and she's just staring at the non-striker, not calling her true.
And these are the little nuances of the game that they're going to have to work on as the tournament goes on and as they go along in their careers.
Straight to the fielder. That's Dean across there to make the stop.
So after a couple of wides in the over, this time dropping it short on this occasion is Calendar. And that's one of the things from the Barbados bowling unit so far. The number of wides is something that the coach and captain will want to talk to the team about, lessening down on the wides as an extra runs and balls that they're conceding.
Nice little push. No, they won't get the single, and again, a chance there for the single. If Lachman had actually gone on the single, made the call, she could have gotten there pretty comfortably in the end, because the fielder at that mid-off position, Cumberbatch, had to move maybe about 10 paces to her right to catch up with that. So there was the opportunity. I think Guyana have left maybe about 20 or 30 runs out there today. That's going to be a wide, and the keepers allowed that to go through. So another couple of runs here for Guyana, and Barbados have been shooting themselves in the foot here with these extras, and the extras count is really climbing high at the moment.
And added to the fielders moving towards the ball, and then the spaces that Barbados have allowed in the field, many of the fielders who are in the 25-yard circle, they're actually on the circle, so they're not really applying much pressure on the Guyana batters.
Another wide.
They're again conceding not just an extra run, but that's an extra delivery that you have to bowl. So that means you're staying out in the field a lot longer, and you're giving Guyana the chance of an additional delivery that they can possibly score from.
And they have been scoring off them more regularly than they did in the early part of their innings. So a lot better from Guyana here. But is it going to be enough here to overhaul this Barbados team? Yeah, nice easy action from Calendar. That's a good start to her. A couple of wides in the over, but aside from that, good pace. And I think they're definitely a bowler for Barbados to work with for the future here. 60 for 4 at the end of 16 overs. Liana Grimmond, the top scorer, and she has worked this ball all around the park this morning.
Yeah, she's doing well, and maybe too early to call, but she may be sighting herself up here for the first half century of a tournament for Guyana. And if she does bat through the remaining 14 overs, she's definitely going to get there. And she may be wanting to tell the batters there with her, just bat around me. knock it around as best as we can, and let's pick up as many as we can. As we see here.
Well, it's the return of Herbert Mayers, isn't it? The off-spinner who took the hat-trick in her first spell, first over in fact. Last 3 balls of her first over removed 3 of the batters for Guyana. Can she inflict some more damage here? She's back on the attack. Straight to the fielder and just short. Well, she almost did the trick again, hasn't she? She's the one with the golden arm at the moment and almost producing the goods with her first delivery. That one was a bit more flight, a bit of a variation there from her earlier overs. Won't get the single this time. And so she's back on. Just to remind you, the score was 9 without loss, and she got rid of Barcoy, produced a delivery that spun back viciously from outside the off stump to take the off stump. Bit shorter this time. Then she had Mandramutu, LBW, a really ugly-looking swipe from Mandramutu, getting out LBW the next delivery, and then Amin edging one to the keeper, and that was taken off the hat-trick delivery. 3-3 for Herbert Mayers. Cut away, nice shot into the gap also.
One of the things I've noticed in the first 4 deliveries of this over, there is not as much purchase. She's not getting as much purchase as she got in the earlier spell. That's possibly because the wicket may have dried out a lot more than it was earlier in the piece.
Yeah, more batting friendly conditions here. There have been some big scores here over the years. Double 100 here for Jamaica and one of the men's games, men's final a couple years ago. Pulled out of that one.
I remember attending UWI video and I saw Jacques Callis play here. The great Jacques Callis, if I recall, he did score a half century and I think he took 3 wickets in that game. I think it was a game that it was a warm-up game when South Africa toured here many years ago.
Yeah, I think that would be 2010 you're talking about, the 2010 series. Yeah, they played a warm-up match here. 100. There was a 50 also for Graham Smith in that one.
Yeah, as we come to the end of the 17th over, 61 for 4 Guyana, and they're going along nicely here on the back of a well put together and a stable innings from their skipper, Liliana Grimond, ably supported by Neil Lutchman, 33 from 51 and 6 from 23 respectively.
Yeah. Brendan Nash was the name I was trying to remember. He scored a double 100 here in a final against Trinidad and Tobago. And Marlon Samuels hit he hit a brilliant 100 here in a partnership with Nash. Those two batted TNT out of the game. And they batted for a couple of days, and really TNT had no way of winning the game. Eventually that game went to court. If you remember back... it certainly was not a development you'd normally see. So there have been some controversial, historic games being played here at this venue. Cut away. And just going to be one. But there was another game in which we saw a very young Carlos Brathwaite bowl here. He bowled unchanged in the afternoon and took 5 wickets. And after the match, he was asked... about a particular delivery that had hit the Trinidad and Tobago captain, Darren Ganga, on the pads. And he responded, I think that was out. The umpire got that wrong. That was the gist of what he said. And he was fined part of his match fee for the comment. And there was the introduction to the fiery young player, Carlos Brathwaite.
As Christian Howell continues from this northern end. Definitely a lot of cricket has been played here at UWI Spec. As you call some of those names, I remember seeing a young Kamran Akmal, a former outstanding Pakistani player, play a game here as well.
Straight to the fielder, yeah. Kamran Akmal played here as part of the Pakistan team, the warm-up matches for the 2007 World Cup. Pakistan's, South Africa, Canada, and... Ireland actually played here at UWI Spec back in 2007. Oh, that's not well taken by the keeper, and that has gone for another bye. They've leaked runs here, Barbados, in the last hour or so. This has not helped their cause here. And they have let Guyana off the hook from 9 for 3. Guyana 62 for 4 now. This has been a substantial recovery, and there's confirmation of it. Buys. And Grimond has been at the heart of the recovery here with her 33 of 54 deliveries. She's just going along here at a strike rate of about 60, but it was actually much lower than that. She has started to, well, I don't want to say slam on the accelerator because it hasn't been anything of the sort, but she has picked up the scoring in the last half an hour to 45 minutes.
Evidence, as you mentioned, that batting seems to have been getting a lot easier as the wicket as the pitch dries out. And conditions really, after that early shower of rain that delayed our start by 15 minutes, it's been bright and sunny and really hot and humid out here. And evidence of some of the Saharan dust in the air as well.
Ooh, that ball passed between bat and pad. Couldn't find the off stump though. And after the 1 over from Callender, Howell back on here.
And Decoria Collymore, though, she has had a bit of a mixed bag today. A number of dropped deliveries, not chances. She took that one chance.
Which she didn't hold cleanly at the start.
But she held it nonetheless.
She held it at the end. That's a good throw, but batter had already gotten back in there.
Yeah, that was the catch, the hat-trick ball. She held on to the ball eventually. As we come to the end of the 18th over, 64 for 4, Guyana under 19 girls. As you see there, Myers 3 for 6 in her 5 overs so far. And that hat-trick, of course, coming in the 5th over of the innings. An eventful 5th over. And one to be remembered for the rest of her life would it be for young Myers. She can always have that one. That's going to be a story that she can tell her children and her grandchildren as she grows older in life.
Mightn't be her last, though. I'm sure she'll take a lot many more. She'll do a lot more things in her career, but it will be a special memory.
Definitely.
Certainly for her.
And definitely one of the young ladies to look out for in West Indies cricket in the years moving forward.
Dean is back on the attack from the southern end of the ground. And the wind blows here from left to right as you're looking at it at the moment. So bowlers have to be very cognizant of where their lines are. A bit too short, and easy run there for Lachman, who is laboring to get to the other end and gets there in the end. Yeah, that's why I felt that they really should have that mid-wicket in place.
That's the captain herself, Trishan Holder. And she herself, even at that mid-wicket and short mid-wicket area, she's been camping out practically on the edge of the circle rather than being tight in.
Wide again.
Well taken by Collymore, actually.
Yeah, it's been an indisciplined performance from Barbados this morning. In spite of getting those early wickets, a lot of those wides that have happened here today. There's Erin Dean, a summary of what she's done today. The off spinner. Bit too short here. And because of her lack of height, even though she's bowling about the same length that Herbert Mayers is bowling, that's why it's still going to be a bit short to the batters there. She doesn't get that bounce on that Herbert Mayers was able to get.
Erin Dean definitely one of the tinier players, the smaller players on the Barbados under-19 team. And she, I mentioned before, when she came on to bowl, she doesn't bowl with the same amount of pace that Myers bowls with.
So, expansive shot there, to say the least, from Grimond.
That's a good delivery.
Contact. Yeah, good delivery from Dean. And don't forget this tournament, 30 over matches played on from the 4th to the 12th of July, and 3 venues here in Trinidad being used. National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Couva, and Gilbert Park in Couva, Trinidad. Those are the other 2 venues to be used. And another wide here. And if you're wondering why the other venues are not in use, well, of course, the Queen's Park Oval is being prepared for the second test between India and West Indies. And the Brian Lara Cricket Academy is going to be used for the third ODI and the first T20 against India. A bit short, and Gramond, despite being there for a long time, facing over 50 deliveries, not able to put that one away.
And she's missed out a couple of times in this over. Young Dean has pitched the ball quite short, and you'd expect that a batter who's been there for that length of time to be able to put it away, if not for a boundary, at least into a gap, and pick up a couple of runs and keep that scoreboard ticking.
Hit in the air, just short of the fielder. Well, oh, she's hit the stumps here. They're appealing for a run out. The umpire has a long look at it. And, well, just turned down the appeal. But that was a really good throw.
I think that was a lot closer than we think.
Yeah, Cumberbatch was the one who threw down the stumps. Let's see.
They always say a direct hit it takes a few seconds off. So
split second, in fact. But let's see how that one happened here. So here's the ball going across the night. Janet Cumberbatch, good throw, good bounce to her. And, whoa.
She was out because her bat hadn't grounded just yet.
No, the bat hadn't been grounded. And the umpire was looking at something in the hand there. I'm not sure if she was looking at something in the hand, but it didn't seem as, I don't think anybody expected the throw to come in. Now, here's the umpire. No, she is looking at the ball clearly. And
the ball hits on the bat, isn't down yet. The bat comes down when the stump is already plucked out of the ground.
But we don't know. You cannot really see if the batter has gotten into the crease at all here. So that's the thing. It's inconclusive from this point, but definitely if she wasn't in the crease, that definitely was still coming down.
Yeah, but
the umpire just has one look at it. Even we from the television, it's very easy to say that was out, but the umpire does not have that luxury.
But all's well that ends well for Gramond, and she lives to fight another day. Nonetheless, she's going to be taking strike at the southern end of the ground. So we have a bowling change here.
I think this might be Solange Halford, the number 11, Halford. Another
one of the young players on this Barbados team. She as well is just 14 years old.
She's very tall. It looks like if this cricket thing doesn't work out for her, she could easily slip into the 400-meter mode. I wouldn't be surprised if she has done some 400-meter sprints in her time. Oh, that one got away from her. That's a no ball. I think that one pitched off the cut strip here. That's why it just slipped out. And Solange Halford starting inauspiciously.
But she does have
and it's a no ball, so it's going to be a free hit.
Yeah, so a free hit coming. But she does have quite a nice athletic run-up, does Halford. Just in the delivery stride, losing it a bit in that delivery stride.
Wide. So no ball and a wide. So the free hit will have to be rebowled. There it is. Confirmation from umpire Brian.
So Barbados not doing themselves any favors here by the number of extras they're conceding. And as Video would have mentioned, that they have allowed Guyana to settle in and get themselves back into the game after being 9 for 3 and then 27 for 4. So the partnership getting up to just about 40 runs.
Well, another one that goes off the track, and it's another no ball. So we still haven't officially started the 20th over here. And the free hit will have to be rebowled once again. Yes, it is. 24 extras, in fact, we're being told by our statistician. Always on the ball. That's a huge amount. 24.
Yeah, that's the second highest score in the inning.
Yeah, it is.
Behind her, Aureliana Gramond.
almost 35% of the runs have come through extras here.
And of course, that means also that they would have bowled more than 2 extra overs as well. Given that a couple of the wides, there were singles taken as well. So they would have probably bowled close to 3 extra overs already.
Already starting out to be a bit of a nightmare here for Halford. He's yet to bowl a legal delivery. Well, that's the first legal delivery, and even that was a bit iffy there. The umpire had a long look at it.
Yeah. And as I mentioned, you can look at her on the screen and look at her run-up, and she does have a nice steady run-up, but it's that delivery stride that she seems to just fall away and not really get herself into a good position, a good stable position at the bowling crease.
And misses her run-up again for the second time. So, yeah, she's still trying to get it to work here. The mechanisms, the machinery not quite responding at the moment here. And you've bowled about 6 deliveries already and not 1 legal delivery. So it's playing on her mind here a little bit. Halford, she's going to get it together for her team and her country. And again, she pulls out of it. And it's in the gather. That's where the problem is starting. Yeah. Nothing wrong with the run-up. But as she's going into the gather, that's when it's starting to fall apart for her. And I think she's possibly overthinking it at this point also.
One of the benefits, though, with Halford is that she is just only 14 years old. So there is a lot of time in her career that she can work on these things. And we expect that as she gets older, she's going to get better.
Well, for the moment here, well, that's a legal delivery. A couple of legal deliveries, in fact. That one has just gone past the edge. So that one a bit wide outside the off stump, but nothing doing. So the second one for the over. And they do get they do get 1 there. No signal from the umpire.
A bit of an under edge, actually, that just took it out of the grasp of wicketkeeper Collimo.
And missing a run up here again. So the teammates supporting her. They're all applauding her and just getting behind her here. And it does tell you a lot about the team spirit of this Barbados team. They always, no matter what team Barbados sends, they're always very competitive.
They pride themselves on the competitive nature.
That's a wide.
And now she's actually slowed down in her run-up as she approaches the crease. And we spoke a bit earlier about the captaincy of Trishan Holder and things that she would learn. And I think this is one of those instances that Trishan might want to take a walk across. And as I say it, she's actually doing that. And actually just have a word with Solange Halford. Probably just to calm her down, get her clear in her mind as to what she wants to do. And build her up and give her that confidence to know that, hey, we're backing you here and you can do this. So this is good from Trishan Holder. Stopping the game for the moment just to have a quiet word with her bowler who hasn't found her rhythm or her range in this over at all.
Yeah, she's just telling her exactly, I think, what you were saying. She just motioned there. Just run through the crease. Don't worry about it. Trust the run-up that you have marked out. And again, she pulls out of it. So not for the first time. I think that's about 5 times now she's pulled out of it here. And Holder.
Yeah, of course, Holder herself, who is positioned at the short mid-wicket, in the mid-wicket region, on the end of the 25-yard circle. So she is in good position to see how her young bowler is going.
That one's cut away. Just going to be 1 here. And gets nicely behind the stumps, so showing the presence of mind here. Solange Halford. So that'll give us some confidence. Gotten 1, a couple of runs here so far off the over.
So 6 runs actually coming off the over so far. 2 off the bat and 4 by way of extras, wides and no balls. That's a good delivery.
Yeah, that's better. Much better. The best delivery she's had so far. So starting to get it right. I don't feel that the captain will bring her back for a second over. She really has struggled here. And she hasn't quite gotten it clear in her mind what she wants to do. And because of that, I mean, it's actually put them in a situation where they will be an over behind time here. Well, that's hit well. But straight to the fielder, and they will get one. Oh, that would have been run out. And Lutchman has been a candidate for run out all the way through this match. She's been, she's not the fastest across the 22 yards. And that time again, almost getting herself run out.
She's not the fastest, and she's also quite short, so it does take a number of strides to get down to the other end. But looking on the replay here, you will see that any direct hit or even getting the ball back into the bowler, and she would have been run out. Had the bowler been able to collect, she would have been run out by a long shot.
No question about that. She would have been run out by a long way. Hits that well. Hits that well, and this could travel close to the ropes here. It's good work by Campbell getting across to make the stop. So a couple of runs for Grimond, whipping that one over the mid-wicket area to pick up 2 more to her total.
Yeah, and Skipper Grimond here as we come to the end of the 20th, showing them exactly how to do it, and really building her innings nicely here, and showing that it is possible. We can bat, and you can bat on this wicket, on this pitch, and score some runs.
So that possibly they're bowling. She bowled over 12 deliveries, and she pulled out of 5 or 6 more. So she ran up maybe about the equivalent of 3 overs there.
As the coach mentioned to us, I mean, he hasn't coached or played on this ground before. Many of these girls would not have either, and I'm thinking possibly the conditions, because you would know, Vidya, the ground here at Spec, it's almost like an umbrella. So getting into the pitch, it's a slight incline getting into the pitch, and maybe that's something that, not being accustomed to it, that could also have possibly been a reason why Holford would not have been able to really get her rhythm, because they probably would have been bowling in the nets where it's a lot flatter. And then on grounds that may not have been shaped this umbrella shape of the UE Spec ground.
Well, most grounds are shaped like this, but I think that it was more mental more than anything else for her. Maybe just wasn't quite there. Today, not quite there for the contest. There's a bowling change coming up. And it's Cumberbatch who is back on, the off spinner. And Lutchman facing up to her. Lutchman starting to blossom now. And she's hit that one over the head of the bowler, and will get one. She's always really going to be a candidate for a run out, and maybe that's why they should have actually had that mid-on a little bit further in.
And with that single, actually,
and a more attacking with Lutchman, because you always feel that she is a candidate for a run out in a situation like that.
Yeah, sorry about that. That single actually brought up the 50-run partnership between these two. So even being a candidate for run out and not really having a strike rate of anything to shout about, her 12 from 34 deliveries has lent great support to her captain, who's on 36 from 61. And the partnership is invaluable at this stage.
Yeah, they really have let Guyana off the hook. There have been a couple of chances that haven't gone their way, and balls falling just short of the fielders. Barbados have to be patient here. It's going to come their way. They have to believe that it will. That's a bit short. That one almost bounced twice. If the batter hadn't gotten across to it, that may have actually pitched a second time before getting to the keeper. It's going to be one.
Another short delivery there from Cumberbatch.
And that's a misfield. And they will get a second run here. That was Wood who was coming across to it. The throw was behind the keeper. Nothing she could have done about that. But then also, it bounced awkwardly also towards Wood there, and she was unable to really get behind it.
Yeah, that's not good from the skipper, Chashan Holder, who is still positioned there at the mid-wicket, in the mid-wicket region. She did attack the ball well, but the throw definitely not a good one.
Very short delivery. That has beaten Holder. There is a fielder out there. Just going to be one. And hasn't gone well. And that really sums up the last hour or so for Barbados. It has given the captain a lot to think about.
Yeah. And of course, in the women's game, once the first power play is done, you're allowed 4 fielders outside of the inner ring. And like you said, I thought maybe they could have had
Well, that one's going to fly over the fielders here. It won't go to the boundary, but they should get a second run here. Lachman is laboring to get back, and a better throw may have had her.
Yeah, this is good from Guyana, keeping that scoreboard ticking over. And just to go back to that point, I would have thought that possibly instead of 4 fielders outside of the circle, you would have had 3 and put some more pressure on Guyana. As we see here, their batting card really anchored by that 39 from skipper Liliana Grimond, who's going along nicely here and keeping the scoring ticking over and the scoring rate going up. So from going at 2 runs and over early in the piece to 3.5 runs, they're now scoring at just under 4 runs and over. So with 9 overs to go, 83 for 4 Guyana, they would definitely be looking at getting over 125, possibly pushing closer to 140 and 150.
Well, as predicted, Halford is off the attack and on in her place, the skipper Trishan Holder. She is now going to be bowling from the northern end of the ground. And, well, there's a big appeal from everyone except for the bowler. That one heading down the leg side. Rather optimistic in terms of the appeal there to Grimond. And another one of the off-break bowlers for Barbados. Interestingly, in both squads, just one player that will half stop there by the fielder, but no damage done. Of the squad, there are 31 players in both squads. Remember, Ashwini Munisa is not here, so Tamar George has been brought in to replace her until Munisa returns. Oh, that's a big appeal. Yes, that's it. That's the breakthrough, and finally they've gotten the breakthrough, and that is an invaluable wicket here taken by the captain, and captain has taken down captain here in this one. And that is the end of Grimond. She's gone LBW, and Barbados finally get themselves together here, and they have made a breakthrough that really they should have had quite a few overs before. And here's his one once again.
And of course, as we take a look at Trishan Holder here, well-flighted delivery on that good length, and not much turn, but wicket-to-wicket bowling here from skipper Holder. And I did ask the question a bit earlier when she would bring herself on to bowl, and this is the reason why, because she can do it all. She's a skipper, she can bat, she can bowl spin, she can bowl pace, and she can wicket keep if needed. So maybe belatedly into the attack here is Trishan Holder, but once she's got herself on here, reaping rewards immediately and putting Guyana in some trouble here because it's the prized wicket of their skipper, Liliana Grimond.
Yeah, Grimond gone at 83 for 5. So what happens now? Can Barbados now push through? Can they get another flurry of wickets here and knock out Guyana for less than 100? Or will Guyana find a second win here with another big partnership between these two? So Lachman at the non-striker's end.
So I'm told that Trishan Holder is actually from St. Joseph in Barbados. They consider it countryside in Barbados. I was asking them, how do you get countryside in an island that's that small? And I was told that when you're in Barbados, you know the difference when you're in Bridgetown as opposed to being up there in St. Joseph.
Holder just trying to get things right here. I think the keeper was adjusting the gloves. Yeah.
There's another well-flighted delivery here. Full delivery from skipper Trishan Holder, who herself has had some time with the West Indies senior team and also the West Indies A team. A good ball here from Holder. And one of the things about Holder is that she does tend to get through her over really quickly. We already had 5 deliveries in the over.
And will they get the single this time? No, they decide against it.
I was just about to say one delivery for a wicket maiden, and as I was about to say that, she throws one down the leg side.
It has been a great over here by Holder, and getting the wicket, the big wicket of Grimond.
Yeah, much needed over. And this one is pitched wide and turning away from the batter, but she gets some bat on it and punches out to the cover region.
Yeah, so Isaacs is off the mark here. Tia Isaacs, the 18-year-old. She still has, I believe, another year to play for this team. So run off the last ball of the over. And that is the end of 22 overs and 84 now for 5, the Guyana team.
Yeah. And definitely what was needed from Barbados, their skipper giving them that breakthrough, because Liliana Grimond could have meant, as you mentioned, Vidya, the difference between scoring under 100 and getting up to 125, 130. Which would be a very competitive score, as we see there, Grimond, the 39 from 68, really, and in that partnership of 50 plus with Lachman, are really giving some life and impetus to the Guyana innings and some hope as well.
Well, Cumberbatch back on the attack here. And not able to put that one away. Now, Lachman has been there for quite a while, but she's not a power hitter by any means. It's more of a nudger and a nurdler. She can pick up the singles quite readily. And this, of course, is Isaacs, the new player out there, very much in the same vein as Lachman so far. So not a lot of power hitting in this Guyana batting lineup. Even their star player, Ashwini Munisa, barely bats down the order. And they won't get the single. There are a lot of indecision again. That's part of their cricket they really will work on. And that's one aspect of the game that Guyana will try to find in their stock of players, a real power hitter in the women's game.
Good shot here from Isaacs into the covers, but still no run. And Isaac actually is one of the 6 players that would have come into this Guyana team as opposed to the team that played here last year, July, in Trinidad. So a team of inexperienced players, as this one is pitched down the leg side. And they take the single as well. So 2 more added to the total, wide called by the umpire. So the 6 players that would have come into this team, not much experience at this level and in competitions like these. So they do have a lot of things that they can work on, and they will work on as they go along in the years. A much better delivery here from Nijani Cumberbatch.
Yeah, as you mentioned, there was one player in the Guyana team, that's Durant, who was in the squad in 2022. She's a reserve this time round. That's a diving attempt, but getting past the fielder. They should get a couple here, and Lachman gets back for 2. So that's a nice-looking shot. And of the Guyana team, several of their players did have the opportunity to play at the senior women's tournament as the over comes to an end here. 23 overs gone. Guyana 89 for 5 after 23 overs. 42 balls to go in the innings. Munisa, Grimond, Isaacs, Madramutu, Retimaya, and Dover. They played for Guyana's senior team in the CWI T20 Blaze and the Women's Super 50 competition. So they did have the opportunity to gain a lot of experience there. Same for Barbados, where Holder, the captain, Calendar, those 2 played in the Super 50 team. Over number 24 begins with a dot ball. And also Holder, Calendar, Cumberbatch, and Herbert Mayers. They also played in the T20 Blaze.
And one of the things about what you have just mentioned, Vidya, is that over the last year or 2, there has been a lot more cricket, especially for the women of the region, and that is really wonderful.
Yeah, it certainly is, giving more opportunities and a real change in women's cricket. And the new administration, of course, led by Dr. Kishore Shallow and Vice President Mr. Azam Basarat coming in. So that was a bit wide, but hammered away just straight to the fielder, though. And one of the immediate changes was a change that could have gone unnoticed, but it was the fact that West Indies women's players are now no longer having to share rooms, but they will have their separate rooms. Now, that might sound like something in football, but that's a big change, a huge cultural change. Wow, that one is a no ball. That one pitched maybe 3 times before getting to the batter, and the holder just pulling that one down a bit too late.
Yeah, so the skipper herself here also a little bit of ill discipline here in her bowling. And
Free hit.
And again, more extras.
Free hit also, and got away with that one. That could have been cut behind square, but missing out that time, Guyana.
Yeah. Of course, as you mentioned, I had a conversation with the Barbados manager, and we were talking about all the opportunities that these young ladies now have in the world of cricket.
Well, that's just creeping under the bat, almost locating the off stump there, and the overs ended with a bit of excitement. 24 overs gone, 90 for 5. Good delivery from Holder at the end of it. And certainly, you're seeing the transference here. A lot of the under-19 players we saw last year getting into the territorial teams for the Super 50, the Women's Super 50, and the T20 Blaze. And a few of them going even further on to play for the West Indies team. And so that's great. That's not something you see in the men's team. Very, very rarely you see someone go from under-19 straight into the men's senior team, obviously because of the difference in the way that players develop here. Perhaps one of the exceptions would have been Jaden Seals from the Trinidad and Tobago. Within a year of playing for the West Indies team, he was part of the senior squad. But then he's an exceptional talent, isn't he?
Yeah, and we saw him in the recently completed Dream 11 series, and coming back from injury and surgery, and he's been looking really well.
That's pulled away. They will get one. Let's see what the umpire says here. That one certainly did look a bit high.
Yeah, the square
very
leg.
Full delivery. The square leg umpire had the non-strike, the striker's end umpire had a long look at that and says that's fine. Well, she got inside the line there. That's called a wide. That wasn't far away from the leg stump. And just fending at that one. Not far away from leg stump. 91 for 5. Guyana did not look like they would get to 100 at one point here. So they've done well through the batting of Grimond and Lutchman to get at least 9 runs away from it now. Projected score 113. Better delivery. Much better delivery there from Cumberbatch.
Yeah, bowling this one a lot straighter and a lot fuller. Looking to attack the stumps there. So keeping it simple. I think the Barbados bowlers need to realize, keep it simple. Don't overthink what you're doing.
We'll get a single this time as they get there. Lutchman really was struggling to get at the other end, but it was well placed. That was that's how they got the single eventually. It was placed well into the gap there by the batter, and they were able to get across to make the run. This time just to the right of the fielder. That's well done there by Dean.
This shot, though, as opposed to the other one, the power behind the shot, because the fielders are standing on the 25-yard circle.
That beats the bowler. They will get the single. The throw comes in. It's a rather wild one, and they do get through for it in the end. And that is the end of the over from Cumberbatch. That's the end of her 5th over. She still has one more over to go in her spell. And here's the situation after 25 overs, 94 for 5 Guyana. This is a substantial difference. They were 9 for 3 after 5 overs. And really, fans in Georgetown and wherever you are, Linden and towns like that in Guyana, they would have been certainly a lot worried about where this innings was going to go. But right now, 94 for 5 is a big recovery. And if they can get 113, 114, who knows what could happen if they bowl well. Holder's back on, and
she starts a lot better than she did in her previous over, does Holder. The previous over, a couple of wides and a no ball as well. So this one on a good length and just attacking those stumps.
Hit towards the fielder, just short. Good attempt there by Cumberbatch. That was a diving effort. They will get a couple of runs here. And Cumberbatch still almost gets the run out here. These two batters have not traveled very quickly across the 22 yards. But Cumberbatch very bravely diving towards that one. She could have copped that one in the face there. Look where this one lands, just in front of her. Now she's coming across to it here. Well, it went under her body. That was what happened there. But it was really a brave attempt. Many a fielder would have pulled out and tried to block that one.
I think you have to give her credit there for going for the catch. Knowing that it could possibly drop in front of her. Here, talking about drop in front, here's another wayward wild delivery from Trishan Holder. Bouncing twice is this one.
2.5 times, I'd say, before getting there. Yeah, she does. The release points are a bit different for each time.
And she has changed her pace in this over, though. She's bowling a lot flatter and a lot quicker. And here again.
And another one, yeah. So the free hit's going to have to be re-bowled here. And yeah, maybe tiring slightly. It is very, very hot here in Trinidad. With all of the moisture around, all of the rainfall, the latent heat that has been released, it's making it very uncomfortable for the players. Straight to the fielder, so she gets away with the free hit.
Yeah, and I think Holder is clear in her mind as to what she wants to do. Is just her execution has been off for just a bit because bowling here with just 4.5 overs to go, you would consider the death of the innings, and she wants to bowl flat and fast.
Yeah, it's the death overs as they call it, but certainly not the demise of Guyana's batting hopes here, because they're just 5 down after being 9 for 3. And Lutchman's still just plugging away here, 20 of 48. Isaacs has started in a similar vein, and they won't get the single here. But you look at this Guyana team, and you see the need for certainly some more work in terms of the batting and rotating the strike. Oh, well, the umpire cupped one in the back there, didn't he? That one came off the bails. Well, they feel at one point umpires will have to wear helmets the way... that's for a different reason. That one came off the stumps there and into the back of Colin Bryan.
Well, there is this umpire, Oxenford, who actually wears an arm guard when he's umpiring. So it is something they may want to look at. After 26 overs, Guyana 98 for 5 on the back of a well-played 39 from Liliana Grimonda, their skipper. And, of course, Barbados, that hat-trick from... Herbert Myers earlier in the piece in the 5th over, and a good recovery here after 9 for 3 after 5 and 27 for 4 at the water break after the end of the power play. They have now on the brink of 100 runs, the Guyanese team.
So looks like Cumberbatch is going to come back in to bowl her last over here, and she was having a bit of a discussion with the batter on that side. That is Isaacs. As if to tell her, well, I want you on strike now. Let's see if you can handle the delivery I have waiting for you. That's Lutchman, in fact, she was having the word with. Isaacs is about to face at the moment. So 6 balls for her to alter the course of this game. Jenny Cumberbatch.
Just holding on here as skipper Holder just adjusts the field slightly, bringing the sweeper a lot straighter on the offside.
Won't get the single, straight to the fielder. And yeah, so this tournament pretty much a showcase and a way of identifying talent and facilitating the progression of the women's players in the region. And the scouts are out here having a look at the different players. Just over 120 players involved in the competition in the 6 territorial sides. And they are looking for players for the West Indies team, senior West Indies team, and also with a view of the ICC Women's World Cup 2025. As that will be played in Malaysia and Thailand. That is a huge cultural shift there by the ICC. The move to have it in Malaysia and Thailand. That's a big market.
Yeah.
Straight to the, past the bowler, but not able to get away from, not able to get the single.
Of course, mentioning that market, that Asian market, there is the Fairbreak Invitational Tournament for ladies that usually takes place in that Asian region between Hong Kong and Malaysia, Thailand, from year to year. Just after COVID, they actually did it in Dubai, of course, because of all the COVID restrictions and so on. Dubai was the best place to play it. But again, opportunities for many of these young ladies who are under the age of 19, they can definitely build a career with so much opportunities.
Yeah, let's try to work that through the cover region. Didn't get any contact there. Isaac hasn't really found her stride just yet. 2 of 21 deliveries, make that 22 deliveries. And here's the situation. With 3 overs to go, Guyana just 2 runs away from 100 and 5 wickets down. Lachman, 20 of 49. And she's just talking to Isaacs, just trying to get her to calm down here. She's eaten up a lot of deliveries with those 2 of 22 deliveries. And maybe just overthinking it, just trying a bit too hard to power the ball away. Because there are a lot of gaps. Just get the ball, get the bat behind the ball and guide it into the gaps. That's all she needs to do at the moment.
And just to go back to your point about batting being one of the things to work on, I think that's something throughout the entire West Indies women's setup, from the senior team all the way down through the age groups. Because many a time, the senior team, you realize, come back to it after this delivery.
Yeah, that's the return there.
Even with the senior team, you realize that the batting tends to hinge on whether Hayley Matthews scores runs or if Stephanie Taylor is fit and scores runs, especially with the retirement of Deandra Dutton, which has been good to see Chinelle Henry actually scoring runs at a good click as well.
Hit powerfully, but straight to the fielder. And Stephanie Taylor had been getting back the run. She's looking a lot better now since her return from injury. Hayley Matthews has continued to be consistent all the way through.
40 ODI half centuries.
And also a match-winning innings and a match-winning performance with the ball for Matthews in the last one. So we mentioned Ashwini Munisa, who's not here for Guyana. She also played a part in that exciting last ball win over the Ireland team. Won't get the single here. She went in first ball with 5 runs remaining of 3 deliveries. She got a double of the first delivery she faced, then ran a leg by, and that put the pressure on the Ireland bowler. She produced a wide, and the West Indies scrambled a single to get the win. They're going for the 1. There's a late start here. Oh, and just away from the stumps. They will get a second run here. They might get a bit more, as Guyana looking for a third. Well, they had overrun the first run so badly that they could only get a second run. So that's just 2. Really should have been at least 3 on.
And as I take a look across to the team dressing rooms, I can see the manager, Miss Trisha Ford, and also Mr. Dexter Toppin, the coach, with a notebook.
But that's hit just over the head of the fielder who is coming in. And they will get the single. They're going for the second run. Could be a run out here. That is not a great throw, and they escape. Barbados have played well today, but a lot of extras. They've been indisciplined in that fashion, and the throwing to the wickets has left a lot to be desired. Maybe not the 2 of the fastest players we'll see in this competition, and it's been an easy chance for a run out here, and they've spurned many of these here, Barbados.
Yeah, Barbados has been a bit clumsy, and with those couple of runs allowed in the last over, it's allowed Guyana to now get up over 100 runs, which in itself is going to be a fighting score. And Barbados, though I was mentioning, I see Mr. Toppin across there with a notebook. He's going to be taking a note of all the various things that the team needs to work on, the extras, the misfields, the fumbles in the fields, a lot of ill-discipline.
Herbert Mayer's now back on strike. Was that an edge? The bowler was reacting to that, and she was holding her head. I think there may have been an edge there, but this is her last over. Her figure's 3 for 6. 5 balls remaining in her spell. That's good again. She's been at the batters all the way through. She's made them play more than any of the Barbados bowlers today.
She's put down that handkerchief and she's hit that handkerchief more often than not, bowling her off spin from that southern end.
Not a good delivery. Well, in fact, she's been so accurate, we might have to revise that from a handkerchief to a matchbox. She's been a bit better, I would imagine.
Or maybe a shilling.
Okay, maybe she's missed out on a few, but shilling there. That's an old colonial import you're using. Why don't we say
Have I given away my age?
Yes, you have. You certainly have.
An old soul in a young boy's body.
Well, you're not that old. You didn't have to put your teeth in before you said it.
Well, Guyana going along well here, pressing a bit as they come towards the end of their innings. Just an over and 4 deliveries to go. And they are up to 102 for 5. And will be wanting to get as much as possible.
This one's lifted. This could be a catch here. And the fielder coming across couldn't get there in time. And they won't get the 5th wicket off that. But I thought that she might have been in position to take that one, Campbell. Couldn't get close enough. That could have been a 4th wicket for Herbert Mayers, who just has a couple of deliveries remaining here.
3 for 6.
That's straight to the fielder, and oh, that's dropped. Well, that really should have been taken there by Howell. Straight into the hands and out. Last ball of the over there, of the spell of Herbert Mayers, and a 4 for 6 would have looked a lot better than what it has ended at here. So really a dolly of a catch there, and that was put down badly by Howell.
Yeah, there's another one for the coach to put in the book. And well-flighted delivery on this occasion. Actually ended up being a full toss and straight to the fielder there. Looks like Neo Wood, is it? Or Halsford?
It's Howell, in
Howell,
fact.
I beg your pardon. And really a dolly of a catch going down there.
Well, she took it under her eye level, and that was the problem here. You got to take it a bit higher up to get the ball in front of the eyes. But unfortunately for her, wasn't able to do it and shelled it. So the last over about to be bowled here, and it looks like this will be Neil Wood to come back to bowl the last over. The umpires are just conferring here, so we will confirm that for you.
So 105 for 5 are Guyana under 19 women. The last over of the innings, and this 30 over encounter, as Nia Wood is confirmed to bowl the last over from the northern end. And now that the umpires have conferred, we will get the final over on the way.
So here is the final over. Nia Wood ready to sprint in now to bowl it. Oh, that's a great delivery, and that is the 6th wicket, and she came in with great purpose there and has knocked over the stumps here, knocked away the leg stump of Tia Isaacs. That's the 6th wicket down for Guyana.
I was going to tell you, Vidya, you called it on the spot. Running in hard was Nia Wood here, running with purpose. You can see from her run-up here, she really running in hard, and a really good delivery, full and straight. You miss, and I'm going to hit. And I hit, she did. She hit the leg stump clean out of the ground. Always a sight for any fast bowler to see the stumps catapulting out of the ground.
Yeah, certainly. That's going to be one to clip and put on Facebook, isn't it? Certainly, great delivery from her. Melanie Dover, who is now in, and she is in for the last over. And believe it or not, she is the only left-hander involved in both squads. And Melanie Dover in, left-hander and the wicket-keeper for the Guyana team. Yeah, that's not often you'll see that.
Yeah.
Not a lot of left-handers. This is the only one, so take a good look at her. She's the only one in the match.
Even across the tournament, actually, there are very few left-handers in the other teams as well.
Coming around the wicket, and Dover has hit that one well, just away from the fielder. And they're going for the second run here. And really, she's just coming for the one ball. And I tell you what, I really like the approach here of Melanie Dover. I don't think she would have changed her approach if she had come in earlier. But quite in contrast to what we've seen from Lutchman and Isaacs, who were more stodgy players, well, what she looks like, she's ready to take on the bowlers here.
Yeah, really good shot first up. Just really bringing the front leg forward, clearing it a bit, and just having a swing through the line of the ball. The most important thing, through the line of the ball, not across the line.
Well, let's see how she shapes up for the next few deliveries here. But if the first one was any indication, it might be for an exciting end to this innings here. Let's see what she does.
And the sound of the bat, she does have some power.
And they will go for the single. They get the one, and that's good running there. Lutchman was coming to the danger end, and she went fearlessly and put enough pressure on Dean to get the single.
But another misfield there. I count probably about 50 of these runs from Guyana have come off of missed fields. Really clumsy cricketer from Barbados throughout this innings.
I don't think that their coach will be happy with the level of the fielding. But they will improve as the tournament goes on. I'm sure he will ensure that happens. Well, that's a full toss. Now, was that no ball? The umpire says no. Yeah, that one dipping as it got to the batter, but not enough there to get under the waist level.
So a wicket and 3 runs so far from this final over. And Guyana here looking possibly to push over 110.
That's hit well. Well, not well enough, though. And won't carry. They do hit the stumps. Well, they have hit the stumps a lot here today, Barbados. Maybe one of those calls could have gone their way, but the run resulting here. So 100, the run resulting, correction, 109 for 6. Last ball to go here in the innings, and Guyana the chance of getting up to that 110 mark. I think given that they were 9 for 3, they would be reasonably more satisfied with their effort now.
Well, since 9 for 3, it's now 100 for 3 in the remaining overs.
That's good from Dover, who gets the single and takes Guyana to 110. So 110 for 6. And based on what we've seen from her in the last couple of balls here, I definitely think Dover is going to have to bat a little bit higher in this Guyana lineup.
Yeah.
But the dominant figure there is Tiani Herbert Mayers, 3 for 9. Wickets also getting for Holder, Dean, and Wood. And there is the situation. Guyana have set Barbados a Nelson to win this match. 111. They'll have to win it. And there's a lovely scene here at St. Augustine in Trinidad. Cloudy conditions, but certainly not the rain-bearing type just yet. And hopefully we won't see that for the rest of the day. But in terms of your assessment, great recovery here from Guyana, aided and abetted by some rather ordinary play at times from Barbados.
Yeah, on both sides of the equation, not to forget really Anna Grimond, the Guyana captain. That innings of 39 is really invaluable, and she did the right thing. She stayed there long enough as the batting conditions got better, and of course aided and abetted by wides, no balls and misfields from the Barbados girls. But definitely one of the things, maybe Dover, for future reference, maybe her expression and her aggression might be something needed by Guyana up the order, and might be something that they want to consider looking at their batting lineup as the tournament goes on. Quite a short tournament, but nonetheless, as the old saying goes, runs on the board are runs on the board, and Guyana will be looking to their bowlers now to ensure that they can get off the mark. Remember, they are the only team in the tournament without points. Windward Islands have 4 from the game against Guyana earlier in the week, and everyone else has shared points because of no results due to rain. So Guyana will want to back themselves here and leave it up to their bowlers, and hopefully they put on a better fielding effort and not allow so many extra runs and possibly get their first points in the tournament.
So Guyana 110 for 6, an innings dominated by Grimond's 39 and 25 not out from Lutchman, and for Barbados hat-trick for Tiani Herbert Mayers, and she sensational figures of 3 for 6 at the end here. So Barbados will chase 111 for victory. That's the situation. Join us in just about half an hour's time for continuing coverage. Welcome back to St. Augustine for the CWI Rising Stars Under 19 Women's Championship. Guyana versus Barbados. Barbados will have to chase down 111 for victory as Guyana, recovering from 9 for 3, rocked by a hat-trick by Tiana Herbert Mayers earlier, which reduced them to 9 for 3, recovered to get to 110 for 6. Here's the first ball. And Trishan Holder, the opener for Barbados. At the strikers' end, at the non-strikers' end is Leah Campbell. I'm Vidya Ramphal here with the commentary. The umpires are Colin Bryan, the presiding umpire, and at the strikers' end, Carolyn Brown. Sienna Rettemeyer is the bowler, has started off here for Guyana. First one down the leg side. And Guyana starting out with just the one slip, backward point, cover point, short extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, and a short fine leg. Backward square leg and a mid-wicket in place. Full toss, guided into the gap here by Holder, and she will get one. So Guyana starting off with no players outside of the circle at the moment. So they've gone very much attacking here, ultra attacking. Maybe a second slip would have been, I would have said ultra attacking. But Barbados already off the mark. Here is Campbell now, the tallest of the players out there. One of the outfielders for Barbados, opening the batting. Had one innings of significance in the tournament last year. I'm sure that she will want to improve on that. Barbados off to a good start in the tournament. Well, just the 1 point for the abandonment. That's a nice shot, but they won't get the single though. Straight to the fielder. And, well, Guyana losing their opening game by 6 wickets to the Windward Islands. So Barbados trying to get their first win of the competition. And 111 to get here for Holder and her team. So Guyana came off with a tremendous roar, their players coming onto the field. Very much in high spirits. Nice shot. Oh, she's down the track here. And a succession of missed fields at mid-off. That could have been interesting because Campbell was coming down and she wasn't stopping at all. Suddenly noticed that Holder had gone nowhere. Had to rush back. Lovely shot again. They will get the single this time. Ooh, that could have been close. That could have been out. There, I think Campbell might have been late getting back in. All the same, every delivery has been driven to the offside. Let's see what happens here. But there's a lovely drive. And the fielder gets across to it. There's the throw. And, yep, that would have been gone. Campbell would have had to turn around and head back to the pavilion. Good delivery by Rettemeyer, forcing a defensive shot off the bat of Holder. So Barbados, certainly their players already, these two at least, two of the stroke players for this Barbados team. They'll be looking to get their first win of the competition. And just to remind you, Guyana playing at Gilbert Park went under by 6 wickets to Windward Islands. Guyana 40 for 2 in their 13 overs. And Madra Mutu went for a first ball duck today. She got a top score of 12. Windward Islands 41 for 4. End of the first over here. And at the end of the first over, it is 2 without loss. Yeah, good game by Janelia Glasgow, who has now found herself up in the West Indies senior team. Not only did she take 1 for 8, she also got 18 not out for the Windward Islands in that win. Development that has put the Windward Islands in a great position now. If they can string a couple of victories together, they might find themselves with a chance to win the title. However, Barbados, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago will have something to say about that. Trinidad and Tobago, runners-up last time to the USA in 2022. Guyana, certainly a team that has been well knit together. They're very confident, and they support their team, their players well, each other very well. Bit of a false start there for Grimond. who is opening the batting and the bowling. That doesn't happen too much in international cricket. The last person I remember doing it would have been a Neil Johnson out of the Zimbabwe team. Well taken by the keeper. Good time to say hello and welcome back to Jared Basso, 111. Who's going to win this one, do you think?
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Vidya. I'm not making any predictions just yet.
Well, that's your job.
But if I had to say, I think I would lean on the side of Guyana. I think momentum from their batting innings, the recovery.
That's a wide. Another one too far outside the off stump here from the opening bowler.
Yeah, I think
so Guyana, you say?
Yeah, I think the recovery from 27 for 4 after 10 overs and still managing to get to 110. And I mean, even looking at the first over there, you can see even in the field they seem to be a lot more switched on than the Barbados team was. Even wicketkeeper Dover, she hasn't dropped anything that has come her way just yet.
Full toss, beats the fielder, and certainly I think that there is some truth in what you're saying, because really the Guyana team are attacking everything. The men's team is known as the Harpy Eagles, and they're swooping in on everything here. The under-19 Guyana women's team here, they're looking quite pumped up for this. That's worked away. They should get a couple here. Will they turn for the second? They decide against it, and that's because Campbell slipped. Oh my, Campbell has slipped and fallen badly at the other end, and she can't get up. Oh, she's twisted something here, Campbell, and they're asking for some help. The physio has to come on because she's looking in extreme agony here. Zalia Campbell. And, boy, she hasn't been able to get off the ground just yet. She is now. Now she's getting up. But it looks like maybe the knee. I think it's the knee more than anything here. The left knee, that is the problem for her. And the pad is off, and she's already inspecting that left knee. This does not look good here for Zalia Campbell.
Yeah, it really looked really awkward. And this would be a big miss for Barbados if she's unable to continue.
Certainly would be. So the physio for the Barbados team on at the moment here. And Angeli Boyce, the physiotherapist, has been working with Flex Physiotherapy since 2016. Not only does she work with the Barbados Cricket Association, she also does some work with the Barbados Football Association. And so very well experienced here. She's laying out Campbell.
She was telling me she actually has started her physiotherapy career back in the military when she was in cadets.
Cadets. When she was a cadet, or was she working with cadets?
She was a cadet.
Now, well, still some problems here for Campbell. Still getting the treatment, and the umpire's pointing something at the knee to see if she can continue. What happened is that she turned coming back to the non-striker's end, and I think the left knee maybe got stuck in the pitch or something, and she ended up splayed out at the non-striker's end, and that's where the problem was. Now, as you can see, physio, they're just dabbing something onto that left knee, trying to get that swelling down.
So it is good to see that she's standing on her own power. And
can she walk, though? Can she run? That's the other question. And the physio just assisting her, still working on that knee. The umpire is having a look at the time factor here, because a decision has to be made. Can she continue or can she not continue? We certainly do hope that she will be all right to work. And the umpires, Colin Bryan to your left. He's at the non-striker's end, and the presiding umpire is Carolyn Brown. So they will, of course, be monitoring the situation here to make sure that the game will go on. So Campbell, the opener. They also have a lot of batting to come here. Brathwaite, the youngest player on the team, another one of those. A lot of good batting for the Barbados team, who left out Decoria Collymore and Matthew Broom, one of the two players to be left out today.
Actually, it was the other Collymore left out today. It was the younger sister who was left out.
Yes, correction, yes.
The Kaya, not the Korea.
The Kaya, in fact, was left out. That's still they're working on this here.
And Ebony Brathwaite was the one who left the team and was replaced by Jassim. That's how you pronounce her name. So the length of time that the physio has taken with her tells you the importance of Campbell being able to stay out there and actually continue, because with what might be a poultry total of 110, 111 to win, you would want to still nonetheless to get a good opening partnership and make use of the 9-over power play. So all's well that ends well, it would seem, as she puts her pad back on.
Substantially more than a 5-minute break to ensure the treatment for Campbell. So she will continue, and we're going to see a continuation of the over here from Grimond. Slip in place for Grimond. Retimaya is at the first slip position, just beside her keeper.
And as I mentioned a while ago, the Guyana team seems to be a lot more switched on. Even with the break to attend to Campbell, the entire Guyana team, no one was standing arbitrarily on the field. They all gathered, and the captain was having a talk with them. And you can see that they are really eager to stick to their plans and get this victory.
Good delivery from Grimond, straight to the fielder. No run resulting. And remember that Grimond is the captain of the team in place of Ashmini Munisa, who is on West Indies duty and also playing today. And that West Indies versus Ireland second ODI at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground in St. Lucia. Just reaching for that one again. Nicely taken by
Melanie Dover, the wicket-keeper for the Guyana under-19 women's team.
Well, actually, I'm seeing Danelle Lendy, the number 36. She's the one who has the gloves on today. She's also listed as a wicket-keeper. Melanie Dover also keeps, but I think they might be... She also bowls, that's the other thing. So they might be using her as a bowler today. Played nicely off the back foot. That's a lovely forcing shot. Will get her 2. And she's played that shot a couple of times in this over. Finally getting some good contact on it. And really like what I'm seeing here from the Guyana team. They looked absolutely switched on. They're positive and they are raring to go. End of 2 overs, 7 without loss Barbados. Boy, this is going to be a real contest here. And if Guyana can take a couple of wickets, might make it very interesting in this run chase for Barbados.
Well, remember that Guyana, when they batted, they started very circumspect, as Barbados have here, because after 2 overs, they were only 6 without loss. But of course, the 5th over was the turning point in that Guyana batting innings with that hat-trick from Herbert Myers. Of course, the first hat-trick of the tournament.
Here's Retimaya to continue from the northern end of the ground. Still a slip in place. All of the fielders inside of the 30-meter circle at the moment. Full toss straight to the fielder. And, well, Campbell looks like she's recovered from the injury. Maybe a little limp as she gets back, but certainly pushed off for that front foot well in attempting to go for the run.
You can see she just pulled away there after returning to her crease, just to flex the leg a little bit and give it a little rub.
Well, that was a good delivery, very good delivery coming back into her. And you can hear the level of chatter from this Guyana team. And the body language is very positive from this team.
And it's very interesting, as you mentioned, all 11 players are inside that 23-meter circle. As we see here, pressing forward was Campbell, but of course not making any contact whatsoever.
Full toss. Well, the fielder was going one way, the ball went the other. And I got to say, she was trying to anticipate where the ball would go. And she actually moved in the direction away from where the ball would have gone. That's Madramutu there. Maybe taking the toe end and getting away from her. So another run here, this time for Holder. Well, Campbell, correction. Holder's back on strike. Just pulling out there, Retimaya. So far, the weather has been very good for the afternoon session. Bright sunshine. Yeah, there are clouds about, but no sign of those rain-bearing clouds, the cumulonimbus clouds, to use the exact name. Driven well. Oh, she's dropped it. Oh, well, there could be a chance at a run out here. Two players at the same end. Oh, she's hit the stumps. That's it. Well, they missed the catch, but the run out has happened, and Campbell, unfortunately, has to go. Campbell's been run out for 3, and the positive body language of the Guyana team has been transmitted into wickets finally. 8 for 1, Barbados.
Well, she had all the time in the world. She could have boarded a maxi taxi on the priority bus route going to Port of Spain and gotten back and then threw the ball. But definitely some good alert feeling as well. We look at it here. She had all the time in the world to take aim and hit the stumps directly. And the first wicket going down here for Barbados. So 8 for 1 inside the third over.
Well, it was an almighty mix-up, and Guyana are really pumped up right at the moment. And they came in pumped up, and with the first wicket going down, they look absolutely joyful there. It's great to see. And the catch was actually dropped, I believe. Now, the catch went to that short extra cover position, who dropped it. And then I think the throw came in from Naomi Barkoy, the number 19, who picked it up and threw it in. So that's a sequence of how it went there, because the fielder was obviously disappointed she dropped the catch, and everyone was screaming, get it up to the keeper's end, and good bit of presence of mind there by Barkoy to pick it up and throw it in.
Yeah, because Campbell had run 3/4 way down the wicket, down the pitch, and that's that old saying, never run on a misfield. In this instance, never run on a drop catch.
And the new batter is in here for the moment. And let's see. They're all right-handers for Barbados. And it is the number 6, Najani Cumberbatch, the off-spinner. So she's in at number 3. Once wide down the leg side. Called a wide. They will get a second run here. And a good couple of runs. So, well, they've thrown it away now. And that's going to be 4 runs. So 3 wides they've run, and it has been signaled as 4. There it is. And what had actually happened there was that the fielder, instead of pulling it back and allowing the other fielder to throw, they tried to throw it anyway and just flung it away, and they got the 4th run. Bit of careless work there from Guyana.
Yeah, so whilst we've spoken about that and how alert Guyana has been in the field so far, they allow 5 runs to be added to the total. Firstly, some wayward bowling by Retima, and then some untidy fielding down the fine leg boundary.
And that can eat away at your confidence. Yes, you've started well, you've gotten the wicket, and there's a high level of team spirit there. But on the other hand, mistakes like that can eat away, I should say, at the team spirit. Just to bring you up to date with the other games, how they're going. The Leeward Islands were bowled out for 59 in 22.5 overs. The Windwards on course for their second win. They are 47 for 2 in 9.2 overs. Boy, they're trying to finish that one in a hurry. As for Trinidad and Tobago, restricting Jamaica to 90 for 9 in their 30 overs. TNT are 25 without loss after 6 overs. So they're also well advanced in their attempt to get their first win of the competition here. That's level pegging at the moment. Pumped up Guyana against the Barbados team that have already lost one of their openers. Driven nicely, straight to the fielder. And if anything I've seen, the quality of the fielding from Guyana really has improved from last year. Last year, it was the first time the tournament had been held. And certainly there were a few suspect fielders. All of those fielders I've seen really have improved a lot here. So that's good to see. There's been a A lot of development in the game of the young Guyana woman. And the fact that they also have the West Indies under-19 captain on their team really does help. And they're seeing their players moving forward. End of the over after 3, it's 13 for 1. It's going to be interesting to see when Munisa comes in for next week, how things are going to go. They really didn't. They looked at an unhappy bunch last year, but we'd really like the look of Ashwini Munisa as a captain. She's one of those arm over your shoulder type captains. She walks up to her players she gets in very quickly. So in time things start to go wrong, she gets close to the bowler, puts the arm around the shoulder, has a little talk, a few encouraging words, and then she's back to her fielding marks. Yeah, she's really that sort of captain.
And not to forget, she is also the West Indies under-19 captain as well. And I think one of the things also with the Guyana team, they did spend about a week and a half in a camp before they came across to Trinidad. So that's helped in terms of gelling as a team.
That comes off the edge. This should be 2 here off the bat of Holder. Holder gets the second run. That's good running there. And despite the attention of Rettimaya to run that one down just outside of the circle. Yeah, those team camps, once you to gel the players, get them together and play as a team, very, very important in the development of the team itself. Yes, and defeat may have also helped them to pull things together in the first game. How many times we've seen in competitions that teams that lose the first game eventually get stronger as the tournament goes on.
There are a number of tournaments around the world in all sports where that has happened.
Of a big drive, there was just in December there was a team that plays in blue and white that lost their opening game and went on to lift a big trophy, I understand, wasn't there?
Yeah.
That team is not supported by our producer, but
that team is not supported by me either, but
by me. Was wearing their jersey just yesterday. Well played. Just waited on it and guided it past the fielder. And that's well tracked down there by Amin. And Amin also, in particular, one of the fielders who really has improved is Amin. Last year, she just looks a different player altogether. She went for her first bowler and the hat-trick, unfortunately, today. But her outfielding has improved tremendously.
I think the camp, and then as you mentioned in the first innings, the 6 or 7 players who have had that experience playing in the Super 50 and the T20 Blaze earlier in the year around the more senior players like Shumaine Campbell and Sherry-Ann Fraser, who are now West Indian players. I think that has also helped them being at that level and playing cricket at that level.
Yeah, then when you're seeing your fellow players, players from your national team moving up into the West Indies team, moving up well, and you see how it affects their livelihood and what it does for their families, it does give you a huge fillip and a huge motivation to succeed yourself.
Of course, that goes back to something we spoke about in the first innings, the opportunities available. I made mention of the Fairbreaker Invitational. Shumaine Campbell has played the last 2 Fairbreaker tournaments as well, so she's been able to gain more experience out there, and those are the type of opportunities that all these young ladies in this entire tournament, they're going to have those opportunities, especially being viewed by millions around the world.
And Shumaine Campbell was the first one to congratulate Ashwini Munisa when she got her cap for the first T20 in her career. She was there pulling the cap down over her eyes a little bit. So they're finally ready here. I think there was a problem with the stumps there. That was the problem for Cumberbatch. That's in line nicely, Cumberbatch, and one of those players who just seems to have so much time to play these deliveries.
And this is good going from skipper Grimond as well. Not trying to do too much, just bowling straight lines and putting the ball on a good length. Not allowing Cumberbatch or Holder when she gets on strike to free their arms.
Well fielded. Never easy, and you follow through She made that as easy as plucking a plum off a tree. They just picked that up nicely on the follow-through. But that was well struck there by Cumberbatch.
Your producer is looking at you with that picking of a plum, similar to our colleague picking a pepper.
For the third time so far, we've had Grimond just pulling out of on the delivery stride. Saw a really long over with young Solange Halford earlier. She pulled out at least 5 times from. I really didn't get it right at all. Hopefully she'll get things right over the next 3 days. Next match will be coming up on Sunday for these teams.
Of course, as you mentioned, that there's quite a bit of breeze that's picked up here as the over comes to an end. The 16 for 1 are Barbados in pursuit of 111 for victory. And that cross breeze can be uncertain at times. As a bowler, you're not expecting it, and as you're into your run-up and the breeze hits you, you kind of balance. So that possibly might have been why Grimond might have pulled out of her run-up.
Well, Sunday, the next round of matches, round 3 of 5. And the 6th round will be the title decider. On Sunday, Trinidad and Tobago will be taking on the Windward Islands at Gilbert Park. Here at UE Spec, Jamaica will be back, and they'll be playing Barbados, who are involved in this game today. And Guyana, they'll be traveling to National Cricket Centre in Balmain to take on the Leeward Islands.
And if all the games go in the direction they seem to be going, that Trinidad and Windward's game is going to be a top-of-the-table clash.
That's just short of the fielder, and away from the fielder there. That is Madramutu, just under her hands, so single resulting. So this is going to be the 3rd over for Retimaya. We might see a 3rd also for Grimond. None of the captains have really kept on any bowler more than 3 overs. I think that's what they've been told. Just don't overstrain any of the bowlers, so we might see a couple of changes coming after this. That's so beautifully played by Cumberbatch. She really does cut a pretty picture, doesn't she?
Both Retimaya and Grimond, though, from a bowling perspective, they're giving nothing away. Just putting that ball on that good length, that length where you can't get fully forward and you can't go back either. And bowling in straight lines, just that top of off.
He's playing that one off the back foot, straight to the fielder. Amin is there again.
And what it has in fact done, bowling in straight lines and bowling as tightly as these girls have been doing, it's created 1 or 2 half chances already for the Guyanese fielding team. And Barbados could easily have been 3 or 4 wickets down.
Drives that nicely, but straight to the fielder. And with Munisar coming back, that's always going to improve the quality of the Guyana team. She's a fine off-spin bowler, and she's pretty good as a batter coming in lower down. It's going to be difficult to see who she's going to replace on this team. Oh, that is played brilliantly away for 4 runs. That one almost went all the way down the leg side, and she picked that up beautifully, Cumberbatch, and almost found that one flying over the ropes.
Now, where did that one come from? It's almost like 3-4 forward defensive prods, and then this one just stepping inside the line and clearing that front leg and hoiking away backward of square. And the first boundary here for Barbados, taking their score on to 21 for 1.
Just a couple in the Guyana innings and already one here. A couple more from Cumberbatch. There's going to be some concern. Flicking that one nicely.
That knee seems not to be bothering Campbell at all. I beg your pardon. It's a holder who's out there.
So the end of the over. At the end of it, it's 22 for 1 after 5 overs. And just by comparison, Guyana were 9 for 3 after 5 overs.
This was the action over, actually. The hat-trick over.
That was the over where Tiani Herbert Mayers took 3 wickets off the last 3 deliveries of her over. Look at the hustle from the Guyana team. No one's walking around. They're just moving quickly into position. There's young Sarah Amin. And as we predicted, well, not going to be a change just yet. Rialana Grimond is actually remarking her run-up here. She did miss it a couple of times, so just trying to make sure she's gotten it right here today, for this over at least. And already, well, Holder has been solid, but Cumberbatch looks a different class here at the moment. She is getting into position quite quickly.
And being a tall young lady, she's putting those long levers to good use.
So now we see a fielder which outside of the circle at that fine leg position. Very straight fine leg. Flicked away. Just going to be one this time. That's a good bit of work there by Lutchman. Tracking it down and getting the throw in. So can Guyana find a way back in this competition? Victory today would certainly give them a chance of making it into the finals. However, a loss today could see them out of contention after just 2 games, unless some untoward results happen in the other matches. That's a wide. Too far down the leg side, away from Holder's pads. But for Barbados, a win here today would keep them unbeaten and keep alive their chances of making it to that final. A loss may not necessarily put them out of the competition, but you feel that 2 losses in this format of the 5 rounds would make it difficult for you to get into places 1 and 2. It's gone for the big hit there. Or there could be a chance at a run out at the bowler's end. Oh, just missing the stumps.
Direct hit definitely was needed, and should have been trotting back in the same direction, back to the dressing room.
Yeah, that was Cumberbatch there who was looking for the single. It was her call also, but the problem was Holder gotten herself in a bit of a tangle there. And, well, they had a lot of time, Guyana. If that had hit the stump, she certainly would have been gone. Oh, diving attempt there. Just getting through Retumaya. And they will get the single. So it's been action-packed of the opening 6 overs here so far.
We've had it all. We've had the wicket. We've had the tumble. We've had a boundary. We've had drop catches.
It's all happened so far. But even keeled so far. Which team is going to edge ahead? And you feel that once Campbell, Cumberbatch is there, that Barbados will have the advantage. She certainly does look a class apart from the batters so far.
As you had mentioned, coming into these rounds of games, the Windwards on 4 points. Leewards, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica all have 2 points from rained out games 2 days ago.
That's hit the pad. There's a big appeal, but that seemed to be heading down the leg side, and it has been turned down. Here's how it's going to go for the remaining 4 rounds. Well, after today's matches, 3 rounds after today's matches, Barbados will play Jamaica next. They will come up against the Windward Islands after that. And then next Thursday, they will play the Leeward Islands, who appear to be one of the weaker teams in the competition. So there's a good chance for Barbados. Well, that's a good delivery. That one was spinning back, and that one hitting the maybe bat onto toe here. Yes, seems to be okay now. But that was a very good delivery from Grimond. That's the end of her 3 overs. And her 3 overs, none for 15. Grimond, none for 11 so far. After 8 extras. And that's the weather towards the eastern side of the ground. Doesn't look too bad.
Of course, it's quite hazy because there is a lot of Saharan dust in the air. So it's not overcast conditions by any stretch. It's really a lot more haze than anything. But that's the southeast end of the ground that you're looking at down there, just to the left of the changing rooms. But the weather comes from the other side, the northeast side of the ground. So it seems like we're going to continue to have great weather for the evening.
Ratchabaya continuing here, and she's up to her 4th over. So whether there's going to be a change after this over, or she has a big smile on her face. Don't think she wants to give up the ball at the moment. She does have 6 overs at her disposal, and I think they might want to keep a couple of overs for her at the end. That's a lovely shot. Pushed into the onside here, and it is Holder this time. And they get the second run. They do get the second run, but there still was a lot of going to. Should we not? Should we go? And eventually they went for it. They may have been able to run 3 if they had gotten their minds together. But I think 2 was always on the cards there.
Yeah, and a little bit of indecision coming back for the second one on the throw. And I think it was Madra Mutu there on the relay through. She may have wanted to turn and have a shy at the striker's end, because Cumberbatch was still a 3/4 of a way down, away from the striker's end. So 2 runs coming off that previous delivery.
Oh, that was very, very close to the off stump. Almost creeping through the defense there.
And already we can see a difference in tactics here, as you mentioned, as opposed to the Barbados team. Trishan Holder not bowling her bowlers for extended periods of time. But Liliana Grimond sticking into 4 over spells here.
Well, whether she will bowl a 4 over spell herself, that remains to be seen. They will get the single. That's played behind square. Holder looking quite comfortable at the moment. In fact, these two, outside of the running between the wickets, they looked absolutely composed on this UE Spec track here in North Trinidad.
And part of the change in tactics as well, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, all 11 fielders were inside the 23-meter circle. Now 10, inclusive of the bowler and wicketkeeper, there's just 1 outside of the circle.
Hit powerfully, but straight to the fielder. So they won't go for the run.
And that's not something that you saw from Barbados. Barbados, they started with a deep square leg and a long on for their off spinners.
That's hit towards the fielder and just short. And getting past the fielder, Dover was the one who came for it, and they will get 2 runs. Well, she gambled there, Dover, to take the catch, but just short of her. I don't think she really had a legitimate chance to take that, but they get the couple of runs. And the outfield has been certainly a lot slower than we've seen it in the past, and because of that, once it gets past you, it's really not going to travel to the ropes.
I felt like she was a little bit slow to get off her mark there and attack the ball. But she herself, as you saw, she held her head in her hands. She herself seems to feel like she should have taken that catch.
Yeah, it was just that close. It was in between being able to take that one or stop it from going to the boundary. And they get a double off the last ball of the over. So Cumberbatch on 7, Holder on 11 here. And the first sign of any spin. So it is going to be Lachman to bowl from the southern end of the ground. And after the 7 overs in a row for the from the seamers, it is going to be Lachman to the first sign of spin for Guyana from the southern end of the ground. And the men's game, of course, Guyana produced some awesome spinners. Virasamy Pamal, the leading spinner in the region in terms of wickets taken, left-arm orthodox bowler. He is the name that comes readily to mind. This one's hit hard. Will it travel to the fielder? It's gone just behind the fielder and hits the ground. Unfortunately, not able to take the catch. Didn't judge it very well. But another chance has gone a-begging here for the Guyana team. But they are going to make a change, I think. they will send Retimaya down there to do the fielding. And that's Dover again. This time just behind her this time. The previous one was just in front. And here's how it happened. Dover not getting in the best position and eventually just fell behind her.
And just before that ball was bowled, skipper Gramont brought the fine leg into the circle. So again, all 11 fielders inside of the circle.
Past the bowler, full toss this time. And so she's willing to toss it up, give it some air here, Lachman. No left arm bowlers from the Guyana team either. Barbados and Guyana, no left armers at all in the, and just the one left-handed batter. But even Barcoy is a right-hander in terms of throwing the ball. Oh, that one, where did that go? Between the player and the stumps.
Another well-flighted delivery this time from Lachman. And Komabach, you can see the intent from Komabach. She really wants to get the scoreboard moving.
So they will get the single this time.
This one flat and down the leg side. And it's called wide by the umpire standing at the southern end, Miss Carolyn Brown.
So 34 for 1. Barbados definitely scoring a lot faster than Guyana in this contest.
As there's a little change in the field, the square leg fielder going back onto the boundary. Probably because of those two shots that were played earlier in the over.
Yeah, Holder now just driving out into the offside this time. Flighted delivery, but more offside, forcing the batter to play with the spin.
And of course, the two hoiks to the leg side were played because the ball was down the leg side, and as they push the fielder back out, the bowler bowls on the offside.
We'll get a single this time. Just over pitching, and not a huge amount of leg spinning talent in the women's game. Appy Fletcher, of course, does come to mind, but not a huge amount in the West Indies team, and certainly good to see one emerging player here. That's better. Flight and a better length, and forcing the batter to just play into the very well protected offside field. So the end of the 8th over. First sign of spin, and Lachman just the 4 runs off the first over. Well, Guyana need to strike a few more blows here, because this partnership, well, these two look 13 and 9 for Holder and Cumberbatch respectively. Outside of the running between the wickets, they look pretty comfortable. A couple of chances though in that last over. One lofted chance that should have been taken, and then the previous over, same fielder Dover, that also should have been a dismissal. Emelisa White, who didn't bat, is now on the attack here. Another spinner for Guyana.
And this is the 9th over, the final over of power play number 1. And of course 30 overs to get 111 runs. It is a long time, so Holder and Komabach are allowed to take some time and get into the innings.
Well, she comes down the track and hits that one out into the open space. It is slowing up, and it's not going to get there. They will get a couple of runs, though, and it really should have been at least 3 runs they should have gotten there. But I think, given they saw the ball just flying towards the boundary, but it absolutely, as soon as it hit the ground, it just almost died immediately. Golfer hitting that onto the green would have been proud of keeping that one from flying away.
I was just about to tell you, a good pitching wedge.
So that was a really nice shot, though, by Cumberbatch, using her feet and lifting it over mid-wicket. There's only one fielder outside of the circle on the leg side. And that's a deep square leg. Oh, they just miscued that one, and it's caught! Oh, that is not the wicket they wanted to lose. And Cumberbatch, who was looking so good, has mistimed one and is out for 9. So that is the second wicket down. And Guyana have struck a big blow here. Yeah, so that was a huge wicket there for the Guyana team. Mistimed one. It was the lack of pace more than anything, and the Cumberbatch mistiming and caught out for 9. The simplest of catches there for Matramutu. Got under that one and took the catch. So that is the second wicket down for Barbados.
Yeah, but of course you can see that Cumberbatch was the one who was being more of the aggressor in the partnership with captain Trishan Holder.
So White taking the wicket and in her first over. So a great introduction for her, getting the wicket so early and getting the dangerous Cumberbatch out.
As we take a look here again at what had happened, as I said, lack of pace on the delivery, clearing that front leg and not making any contact whatsoever by way of full face of the bat, coming off the top toe end of the bat. And an easy catch there at short mid-wicket for young Matramutu. This one a full toss.
Full toss, and it has gone for the single. Timaya has been all over the park here today. And that would be Calendar. Young Calendar has come to the crease. Sabi Calendar, 17-year-old. She still has another year in under-19 cricket. Oh, that's hit away powerfully. This one's going to go to the ropes. Nothing's going to stop that one today. That was hit into the gap well there by Holder. And look at the signal. In case you're seeing it for the first time, Colin Brown. Yeah, he has a unique way of signaling the fours.
Reminiscent of an old umpire, Billy Bowden, who had the crooked finger. And of course, you can see the talent and class here of Trishan Holder, just connecting really well with that one.
Well, she didn't connect quite as well with that one. That one just going straight to the fielder. Just got the underside of the bat onto that. And it's been an eventful first over here from Emelisa White. She's taken a wicket and hit for a boundary in the over. So Barbados continued to prosper here with the bat. However, they have lost a second wicket now. 42 for 2. They're chasing 111 for victory. Time is not a problem. 69 runs in 127 balls. And the weather's fine. So Guyana will, you feel, have to bowl out Barbados here to win this one.
As you mentioned, time, and looking at Trishan Holder and her approach to batting, you mentioned it about Cumberbatch and Campbell earlier, but Trishan Holder as well, she looks like she has a lot of time when she's at the crease, and she has that calm demeanor about her. Even when I met her coming off the field to collect the team list earlier in the day, she has a very calm demeanor about her, and it's lending itself well to building of an innings here. She's now on 17 from 23, but she's going to be at the non-strikers end.
And it's Lutchman to continue. And again, the leg spinner just tossing that one up. Defensive push from Asabi Calendar. And fairly long run up, actually. No, that's actually, yeah, she just walks and then gets into a run. And yeah, getting that one to go straight on here.
And there was a bit of a noise as it passed the batter, but I think it took the pad.
Well taken though by the keeper Lindy, Danelle Lindy. Well played and well fielded. Good cricket here from both teams. And still, we continue to find, we're no closer to finding a winner here. Certainly, you would feel the advantage is with Barbados at the moment, 42 for 2. But Guyana's body language still continues to be positive here. Oh, that traveled to the fielder. No, it didn't. That one taking the leading edge and flying away, but not far enough to get to extra cover.
Their body language as well as their strategy, because we're outside of the power play now, and they still only have one fielder outside of that 23-meter circle. So Guyana still putting the pressure on here on the Barbados batting unit.
So we felt Barbados should have done in that period where Guyana got the 50 partnership. They really let Guyana off the hook.
Another thing of note is that so far not many extras from the Guyana bowlers.
Yeah, not a huge amount. It has been more disciplined performance from the Guyana bowlers so far, at least. And if they continue with this disciplined performance and not donating runs to the opposition, as Barbados did quite generously, they're ramping up the pressure all the time. Not a good delivery here. She's now settled into a nice rhythm and is putting the ball on the handkerchief, as you've been talking about in this particular over. End of the over, and Barbados still looking for that breakthrough here. Breakthrough over that will put them ahead of the asking rate. So White is back on from the northern end of the ground here at UE Spec. Holder hits that one towards the fielder and just away. Well, it was just short of Bretimaya, who was coming in at that one. She is carrying something of a thigh injury. And she looks very disappointed not to have gotten close to that one.
Yeah, no timing whatsoever from Trishan Holder on that shot.
This time she times it perfectly into the gap, one bounce 4. That was hit very well there, just pitched up and on the leg side, and Holder was able to put that one away well. And there's that that signal of the boundary, again from Colin Bryan.
And Trishan Holder does bat with a slightly open batting stance, and this time with that pitched up delivery, just easily opening the hips and clearing the front leg and pulling away down to the mid wicket boundary for 4.
Hits that one into the air and just away from the fielder. Not able to get across to that. Yeah, so Colin Bryan from Jamaica, and was part of the umpiring setup in as early as the 2020 regional first class season. And good to see him here in Trinidad for this tournament. They will get a single, and that's all there should be. All slowing up, so the fielders have been on their toes here for Guyana. A few half chances have come their way, but one or two that should have been taken also. But so far it's been a good performance from Guyana in the field. Pulled away. There is a fielder out there now. That's Dover, who has picked that up on the run and sent that in powerfully. That's good fielding from Dover.
Yeah, and 3 deliveries ago when Trishan Holder had hit that boundary, Dover was actually posted at square leg, and Captain Grimond brought her wider into mid-wicket.
Nice looking push, and Calendar setting up very much like the rest of the team so far. Cumberbatch and Holder, well coached, you can see. All of these Barbados batters in the top order here. End of the over, and the Guyana fielders are really
they're buzzing around, and the end of 11 overs, 47 for 2. The Barbados team Barbados under-19 women in pursuit of 111. At this same stage, Guyana were in all sorts of bother at 28 for 4.
Yeah, they were able to come back into the game. Barbados still very much in the game here. And you feel the key for Guyana, they have to get rid of Holder pretty quickly. Well, there was a stifled appeal. That one maybe coming off the pad, just the one run. Let's see what the signal is from the umpire. There is no signal, so that one just taking the edge of the bat and down the leg side.
So 21 from 26 deliveries is Trisha and Holder. And
well, that's the best strike rate of any of the batters today.
And the longer she stays there, it is going to get easier for Barbados to get closer to 111.
Well, the flight, but driven straight down to the fielder. And yeah, she has been a class apart from the rest of the batters today. Cumberbatch looked good until she mistimed one and was caught for 11. Last of the batters to go here for Barbados. So it's been a good battle here between these two teams, but something has to give here because Barbados, they are ahead of where they should be at this point. But if Guyana can get in a few more tight overs, the pressure might start to rise on the Barbados batters. That's better. Very good bowling here from Lachman from the southern end. So the two spinners have settled in now. And could this be a period where Guyana start to pull things back?
And while Trisha and Holder is going well from one end, Sabi Calendar is yet to really hit her stride.
That's good bowling, and she really has found a nice teasing length here that she's trying to entice Calendar to come down the track and play those big drives. And not falling for the bait. She's just pushing the ball back to the bowler. 3 consecutive deliveries like that. And a fourth. That is a lot. That's some good bowling here from Lachman. And that is a very tidy over here from the Guyana leg spinner. And a couple more overs like this. She's getting the congratulations of her teammates. But a few more like this. And as you can see there, a lot of dot balls. 43 dot balls already in the innings. And that's that amount is piling up here for the Barbados team.
And what Calendar one would need to be aware of is not soaking up too many dot balls and then conversely putting pressure on Trisha and Holder, who might feel like she needs to score and play bigger shots to get the scoreboard moving. So she has to be aware of that and know that her captain is the one that is set and going well.
Well, there's going to be another change here, and Isaacs is going to come in to do some bowling now. She was out for 4, stayed there for a long time. But Tia Isaacs, the 18-year-old, and right-arm bowler here, right-arm seamer in now for Guyana. Starts off with a full toss, gets away with that one. And the spinners have really done the job for their teams today. For the Barbados team, Tiani Herbert Mayers, we talked about her hat-trick today. Dean and Cumberbatch, they did the job for Barbados. And now, Lachman and White doing the same for their team. Wow, that's a no ball for sure. That one really slipped out. So, I thought they may have given White another over there, Gerard. But they have made the change here to Isaacs coming in here. And if she starts the league runs, well, could that be the turning point for Barbados?
I did mention that Guyana had started off slightly differently from Barbados with longer spells for their opening bowlers.
Well, that was not a good shot at all there from the captain Holder. She came down the track, and given the way that she has scored quite regularly, she's just about a run of ball so far in the innings. That has been an uncharacteristic shot from her. And that's a measure of the pressure that Lachman has created at the other end.
Albeit that one was the free hit from the no ball.
Now, can't get the run here.
But that's what I mentioned at the end of the last over. Being aware, they need to have that game awareness, calendar in particular, and not allow too many dot balls to pile up and then put that pressure on Trisha and Holder.
Well, that's played well. Behind square, this should run away to the boundary for 4 runs, and it just gets there. Good attempt by the Guyana fielder to pull that one in, but that one gets there anyway. And good attempt there. Was that, well, it looks like one of the younger players on the team out there in the deep, but unable to get across to that. And that's a very nice shot there from Holder.
Yeah, definitely a lovely shot from Holder. It seemed to stay a bit lower than she expected. And to get that front leg clear and get down on that back knee and swivel and put the ball across the boundary behind square was very well done. I think it's a Ragobir out there in backward fine leg, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, Ragobir is the one out there. Ragobir at 18 is the eldest player on the Guyana team. You talked about them. Barkoi, correction. So Guyana needs a couple of wickets here, you feel. Well, almost got one there. That one almost getting under the bat of Holder. And if anything, we've seen from Holder in this over, maybe a small change in her psychology. She's tried to put on the pressure here on this Guyana team. All the same, the over has come to an end. At the end of 13 overs, the Barbados team chasing 111 for victory are 53 for 2.
You talk about the disposition of Trisha and Holder, and in the last over or two, you can see that she realizes that she's the one who's going to be charged with getting her team over the line, and definitely playing with a lot more freedom is Trisha and Holder.
Well, Lutchman's going to continue. She had a really good last over. Dropped it on a dime every delivery. Let's see if she can continue here. Full toss to start off. That's one for Calendar. And so she starts off with a full toss here. And I'll tell you what, let's update you on some scores in the other games. Windward Islands have gone to the top of the charts here. They have defeated the Leeward Islands by 8 wickets in their match. And that took place in Vancouver. That's a short one this time. Didn't get the timing right, Holder.
She rocks her head back. She knows she's missed out there. And this is the effect of Trisha and Holder and her intent and her class and caliber. For Calendar, Guyana has more fielders inside the circle. For Holder, they have dropped a few outside of the circle. So that's the effect of her going so well.
Well, she's hit that high up into the air. Will the fielder get across to it? She's making a level pass and misses it. That was Lutchman there. Just couldn't get across to it. And for the third time in this innings, Guyana have gotten a chance. They've created chances here, and they have not been able to take them. So this might hurt them in the end.
Would that be the game? The all-important wicket of the Barbados under-19 women captain, Trisha and Holder.
It was coming, because in the last over we saw 2 rash shots from Holder, and again, one that she's gotten away with. So that is the third time she's gotten away with an airy shot here in the innings. So Guyana not taking their chances. Straight to the fielder this time. So just to tell you, Windward Islands have chased down the Leeward Islands score 50. There was 60 they needed for victory. They bowled out the Leeward Islands for 59 in 22.2 overs, and they got it in 11.1. And given the way they were batting there, the way they finished that game off, you would have expected somebody like Nicholas Sukhdev Singh to be batting there. He's been firing this season, hasn't he?
Of course, after 14 overs, 55 for 2 are Barbados. With that win, that will keep the Windwards at the top of the table on 8 points. And chasing down the score and a poultry score in such quick time is going to do their
net run
rate all worlds of good. They came into this round of cricket with plus 0.54 as their net run rate from that first game. So that's going to do them a world of good.
Yes, the Windward Islands, the team to beat at the moment, 2 wins in 2. Here is the next over from, this one's driven away. This is the return here of Isaacs. And her first ball has been driven away, no run scoring. So Tiana Isaacs. And for the Trinidad and Tobago game, Trinidad and Tobago have just lost a wicket, 69 for 1. And they are chasing down 91 for victory. This will be another run. So, yeah, the Trinidad and Tobago in their match, they restricted Jamaica to 90 for 9 in their 30 overs. And the women, after 15 overs, the halfway stage, 69 for 1. So they are also flying along there. And here at the the UE Spec ground here in North Trinidad, 56 for 2. Barbados running away with this one, it seems. And the longer these two bat and blunt this Guyana attack, the belief on this Guyana team will start to drain away. And once that starts to happen, things will start to deteriorate for them. So Guyana have to keep their belief about them that they can still win this game. Couple of wickets and it can turn in their favor. Well, not like that. That is going to be a no ball. The umpire did not need the assistance of his colleague that time.
I always say, I wonder if they are listening to us on the field, because you talk about their confidence and staying in the game, and just like that, she throws up a wayward, over the waist full toss, almost over the shoulder full toss, does Isaacs, and that's not going to help their cause, as you've mentioned.
Free hit on here. There's Isaacs with the free hit. Can Callender take this one apart? She went for the big hit, but missed it completely. And we haven't seen a lot of these players take advantage of these free hits. We've had a lot of them in this game, but no one has really put them away.
Yeah, missing out on opportunities. And this is another aspect of cricket, that these girls, they're still quite young, and they're going to learn as they go along. These are opportunities that you don't want to miss out on.
Well, that's an opportunity she hasn't missed out on. Unfortunately, the fielder, she's hit it straight to the fielder, and just the one run. Just to update you on the men's competition now, what's happening there. Windward Islands taking on Barbados. Barbados all out for 137 in 39.4 overs. The Windward Islands are 70 for 1. So both the Windward Islands teams, one winning already, the women's team. The men's team now with a shout of victory there. That's lifted. Not going to carry to the fielder. They will get one at least. That's a good pickup there from Melanie Dover. And getting that one back in quickly. And
this is good calm cricket here from Trisha and Holder. Just playing the ball into spaces and just taking the singles as they come along. At the end of 15 overs,
yeah, she has
59 for 2.
She has weathered the storm, because she went through that little period where she was looking a bit indifferent, just throwing the bat at everything. Now she's sort of settled into a pattern. So at the halfway stage, 59 for 2. Remember, they're chasing 111 for victory. We'll take a short break ourselves, and more from this Barbados Guyana clash here at UE Spec. So welcome back. Just about to end the break here. And you'd have to say that Barbados are ahead here in this match. 59 for 2. They're chasing 111 for victory. However, a couple of wickets here for Guyana. And that could easily turn this tide for this very confident Guyana team. Well, the ground staff still out there at the moment. They're not ready for the break to be over. I think that's they're making their way off here. Yeah, they're taking the time about it. Where's that golf cart when you need it? Yeah, so the groundsmen, they have done a good job. It's been a difficult couple of days for the groundsmen here, especially given that first day when they were on and off for several times before the game was eventually called off. They had to do a lot of work with those big, heavy covers here at UE Spec.
Yeah, all kudos to the ground staff here and the head curator here at the UE Sports and Education Center, Physical Education Center. Of course, Barbados 59 for 2 after 15 overs. The second half of their batting innings to come. And at this same point, Guyana were 53 for 4. So not much difference by way of runs around the same time. Of course, Guyana had 2 wickets more down than Barbados do have now.
Well, Grimond is going to come back on here. 3 overs, none for 11. And she was pretty tidy at the top there for her team. Grimond, the stand-in captain. Ashmini Munisa with the West Indies team at the moment. Certainly when she comes back, that's going to be a big fillip for Guyana. Well, that kept a little bit low, but Holder was equal to it. And picks up 1 here. Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago will be playing right here at UE Spec on Thursday. That's always going to be a tense battle, given that there are a lot of Guyana natives living here in Trinidad. I wonder how many, since the oil industry has exploded in Guyana.
I think it's reversed a bit. It's,
it has reversed
no,
a bit,
no, more Trinis
heading across to Guyana.
Guyana, yeah. And of course, that one keeping low. I'm wondering if it hit one of those cracks I mentioned earlier.
And that's a good shot from Calendar, getting forward. And always a good policy to stay forward when you have those cracks there, just to make sure and cover the line if that ball does in fact keep low.
And play with a straight bat when you have on even bounce. You play with a straight a bat as possible. And of course, some good pace being worked up here by Liliana Grimond.
Oh, that hits the leading edge and dropped. Oh my, that was a big miss, and it's Melanie Dover again. This is the 3rd chance that has come to her. And the ball has just followed her around today. Unfortunately, she's not having a very good day in the field. The first one, I think it was short. She couldn't catch that one. The second one, she misjudged. But this one, definitely, this should have been taken.
Yeah, playing across the line there was Sabi Calendar and getting that leading edge.
And that's a rather exaggerated leave there by Calendar.
and
Steve Smith in that there. She's been watching the Ashes, hasn't she?
I counted about 7 chances already that Guyana have put down. And they could have easily had a Barbados on the ropes. Speaking of Steve Smith, Australia bowled out for 263 earlier in the day.
That's just tickled round just past the wicketkeeper. Just going to be 1. Yeah, that's also an interesting match. That one is also in a very interesting situation. England 68 for 3 as they reply. Zach Crawley out for 33. Ben Duckett out for 2. And Harry Brook out for 3. Joe Root on 19 not out at the moment. That's a beautiful shot, but not going to get any runs for it. That area is well protected here by Guyana. And this battle here, really, really difficult to tell you who's going to win this one now, because these two are batting well, Holder and Calendar, but they are giving up chances. And Guyana just has to accept one of these chances. That could really send the shivers down the collective spines of this Barbados team.
Yeah, they could easily have been 55 for 4 with Calendar and Holder both giving chances over the last 3 to 4 overs.
And we are here at the University of the West Indies. The university serving the 17 English-speaking regional territories and offering undergraduate and postgraduate degrees, arts, sciences, business, law, and humanities. You were here Basso, watching more cricket than anything else, I think. And you went to classes every now and again, didn't you?
Yeah, every now and then.
Every now and then. When there weren't any cricket matches around. Driven nicely.
We actually played quite a lot.
Oh, that's gone through Dover. And that almost, well, if that quick outfeed, that could have run away for 4. They get a couple of runs here. Yeah, so that was your UE career. Cricket class repeat, wasn't it?
Yeah, cricket and football actually, because we did play quite a lot. There's a football field just to the back of the dressing rooms, and we played a lot
actually just to the back of where we're looking at the moment.
That's the southern end of the ground, and we played a lot of cricket and football on these grounds.
Oh, that's beautifully played again by Canada. Not going to get any runs for it.
And then, of course, to the right-hand side of the pitch as you're looking at it, there's a rugby field on that right-hand side.
Of course, the UE here in St. Augustine, to pronounce it correctly, opened back in 1960. Sure, they told you that in the orientation. And Canada trying to play off the back foot. Yeah, I'm sure you remember that from the orientation.
Which I probably would have forgotten. It's been so many years already.
Opened in 1960 out of the Imperial College of Tropical Agriculture. I'm sure you remember that too.
All great information that I don't recall.
Driven nicely. Amin is after this one. They should get a couple here. Well, they decide against it. That's good fielding from Amin. It looked like 2 was definitely going to be on. But she was there so quickly across to that.
And almost like clockwork, a batter gets a chance, gets a life, and they seem to open up a little bit more. And you can see Kalinda here now starting to hit her strides and be a little more free with her shots.
Peels off the edge. We'll get 1. Holder has a good look at it. She's called for the second run. She's sent back. Chance at a run out here for Guyana. Oh, they've gone to the wrong end. Callender certainly was not interested in that second run. And she was actually ambling the second. A prime candidate for the run out there. And Guyana spurned another chance.
Yeah, a bit of a weak throw as well. But had a wicketkeeper Lindy lifted her head, she would have realized that the chance was really and truly at the non-striker's end, because Calendar was struggling. But with those couple of runs, the partnership here for Trishan Holder and Sabi Calendar moves up to 30. And a well-needed partnership, just stabling the ship, so to speak. 45 runs are still needed from 79 deliveries. And Barbados really tilting the scales in their favor.
Beats the keeper. We'll get 1 here. There might be a second one on. Raghuber is there. And just going to be 1 this time.
So opportunities are being created by Guyana, but they have not been able to take any of the opportunities. And at the end of 17 overs, a 67 for 2 could have easily been 55 for 5 or 6 down.
And that's what happens when you don't take your chances. So Guyana definitely still very much in this. Chances are coming freely for them. And just accept a couple of them, and that could be the change they need. It's been a very hot day, and you can see that Calendar and Holder asking for some refreshment after the over. And yeah, that really has been one of the stories of the day. It's been rain. It's been a deluge of rain one day, and then the next day, it's blazing hot here. Not only for the players, the commentators, some of them are sweating bullets here at the moment. Nicely played. There was an interesting story coming out of the Women's Ashes. Tammy Beaumont, who got a double 100 in the Women's Ashes. They were asking her, but how was she able to stay in bat for so long? And she said that pickle juice was the key. 1 or 2 sports physiologists have weighed in on that. That one kept low. Keepers also missed it, so they're going to get a run here at least.
And Guyana are very fortunate, because with the keeper missing it, it ruled the perilously close to that helmet positioned behind keeper Lindy. And of course, if it had hit it, I would have been 5 runs added to the total.
Yeah, so that pickle juice was the key, with which actually does help in many ways. Down the leg side, that's a wide. And I think from what I read, they were saying that it actually signals to the brain. It does help signal to the brain that to not. I'll get the process right, but pickle juice definitely used, and some of the sports physiologists were saying that it is very good to be using in tropical climates. A cry from the dugout there from one of the coaches, not happy with what's going on at the moment.
Yeah, there definitely wasn't a run on there. The ball had gone straight to the short extra cover fielder, and that would have been suicidal had they set off for that run. So a little false start here from skipper Grimond. And of course with women's sports on the grow, as you mentioned, Tammy Beaumont.
Oh, that's the breakthrough. That's the breakthrough. That's what they wanted. And it has been gone down to the captain here. And the captain has struck the blow that they wanted and has splattered the stumps here of a calendar. And Grimond has taken her first wicket. And that is the third down for Barbados. Is this the turning point in the game now?
And just before this, she aborted her run-up before. And almost like she changed her plan and decided, as you see here, full and straight. You're going to miss, I'm going to hit. And a well-executed middle and leg stump Yorker. Sabi Calendar playing all over the shot. And skipper Liliana Grimond picks up another one for Guyana.
Yeah, she
under
played
19 women.
That was correct there. Playing all around that one and losing her middle and leg stump here. So Grimond's figures looking a lot better. 1 for 14 now and 4.4 overs. She has done the job for her team here. And Trishan Holder still there and 32 of 44. She was along at just about a runner ball at one point. And now her innings, she has slowed down noticeably here. So Guyana still very much in this here. A couple wickets more. And that could be the break. This is what I was trying to tell you, that the pickle juice, it contains sodium, potassium, and vinegar, and it does replace the sodium and salts lost during when you sweat in these humid conditions. As Grimond pulls out here, the new batter, just to tell you who has come to the park here, is this Tiani Herbert Mayers, who is in now. Yeah, there she is. Tiani Herbert Mayers, and she is in now. And she took a hat-trick earlier today, so can she now play a match-winning innings for a team and claim that Player of the Match award? That's nicely played. And she will get off the mark here with a push through the extra cover region. And Grimond just takes that so easily. Made that catch look very simple indeed. End of the over. Successful one here for Grimond. And Barbados is 70 for 3 at the end of 18 overs. And there are the bowling figures. Grimond 1 for 15. White 1 for 12. There was the run out of Campbell. A direct hit by Barcoy with an accurate throw. Those are the 3 wickets to fall so far. Barbados still a lot of batting here to go. Let me finally finish off the story here with the pickle juice. I told you sodium, potassium, vinegar replaces all that in the body. But how it really works, according to they're saying that it triggers a reflex in the mouth, which sends a signal to stop the muscles from cramping. That's how it really works. And Tammy Beaumont, was having problems with her hands in that she was batting so long and she was holding. She said her hand had become like a claw around. So when she used the pickle juice, it was able to help her work those muscles back, and she was able to stay around for a long time and get that double 100.
The wonders of modern medicine and finding out
and pickle juice,
all these properties of something like pickle juice. But definitely,
well, we have a couple of cricketers around here. Nicholas Sukdev was saying the outstanding opening batter for Trinidad and Tobago, and Clark Road United is here. I'm not sure if he's going to try that pickle juice at any time during his long innings.
Well, it seems to have worked because Tammy Beaumont was able to stay there for some time and score a test double century, just 40 runs short of the women's world record in test match cricket.
Sarah Amin in now, and that's a well-flighted delivery as she starts off here with her leg breaks. Well, Nicholas Sukhdev Singh has had a brilliant season here in Trinidad. If he makes even more runs next year, I think it's the pickle juice that's going to change that around for him. Well, this is more than a generous amount of flight here. I don't think Herbert Mayers has ever seen anybody flighted this much. That one's going way up into the air. I don't think I've ever seen this a ball looped this high in the last 50 years.
And Sarah Amin, she is quite tall, so it's coming from a high trajectory already. So that's even more flight. And that's the effect of giving it so much flight. She's actually extracting purchase off of the wicket.
And you can see that Herbert Mayers just trying to work out what the spin here from the Guyana player. Oh, she almost played that on. Second time in the over, she's almost played on here. And the flight that's being used here by Amin is causing all sorts of problems.
And our producer Ronnie just signaled to me that she has great control, even with that amount of flight that she's giving the ball. Now, of course, Sarah Amin, 18 years of age. She's going to be 19 in a couple of days' time. And,
yeah, that would be an ideal birthday present for her if they were to win today.
She's unfortunately so far for the day on the other side of history. Part of that hat-trick earlier in the day. Can she return the favour?
Well, the woman who took the hat-trick is batting at the moment, so she'd want to exact some measure of revenge. They do get the single here.
And that lady comes on to strike now. One Tiana Herbert Myers.
And a chance here for her to get one back on the bowler. The first hat-trick of the season. That's the youngster there. She's hit that back over the head of the bowler and will get one. And there's all sorts of problems out there at the moment. There's a lot of shouting and screaming. And at the moment, that was, I count, maybe 4 chances in the over for Guyana to get a wicket there.
Yeah, so things not necessarily going the way of Guyana thus far. And their bowling innings, Barbados under 19 women, 72 for 3 after 19 overs. Still 11 overs to go for Barbados to get to a total of 111 and ensure that they move up the table, possibly into second place behind Windwards, who have already won their match earlier in the day.
Well, in terms of the men's matches, I'll just give you a little update on those. Here is another bowling change. And after getting that wicket Grimond, here's Lutchman again back on. This one is swept away. There's a fielder out there. But she'll have to do some work here to catch up with that. It's hit the ropes. That's 4 runs. Good attempt in the outfield. But that was just pitched up and easy for Holder, who's been there for a long time. Almost faced 50 deliveries now. And that was pulled away for 4 runs.
With all the action going on, Holder looks unbothered. Again, getting down on that back leg, clearing the front leg, and playing through the line of the ball, pulling it away to the mid-wicket region. And she has hit a couple of deliveries down to that mid-wicket region in her innings so far, and a couple of boundaries through that region as well.
Now trying to guide this one square. They do get the single. That's a good bit of work by Amin. And that's out! That is out. Amin is easily one of the best fielders out there. And she has gotten rid of Tiani Herbert Mayers. And that's she's gotten at least some measure of revenge here. And she's gotten rid of Herbert Mayers, who claimed a wicket for the hat-trick ball. And now Mayers has been run out for 2. That is the 4th wicket down for Barbados.
Happy birthday, Sarah Amin. Some form of revenge, if you will, this time here. And a well-needed breakthrough here for Guyana. And I think this is what Guyana needs to do. They need to find a way to take the chances that they are creating, because taking wickets along the way is going to put added pressure on Trishan Holder, who is playing a knock by herself here for Barbados.
And here's how it happened. It was guided square at the wicket. Now here's Amin coming in. Look at the pickup from Amin. The throw is right beside the stumps. And I think that's pretty conclusive there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. The keeper wouldn't have known because she was concentrating on the ball. But that was all Sarah Amin there, picking it up and releasing that ball and a fine throw to go with it.
She had nothing to do really with her hands, wicketkeeper Lindy, except move it about 6 inches and tap the stump. And umpire Brian, standing at square leg, signaled immediately as the stumps were broken that Kalinda was out. So the Guyana team, the Guyana under-19 women, they are fighting here in defense of 110. Still 35 runs needed off 64 deliveries, Barbados under-19 women. And would this be the balance of power just shifting a bit back in the favor of Guyana?
Well, Solange Halford is on now, and Solange Halford had really horrible over earlier. She really didn't seem confident at all. I think it was something like 11 or 12 deliveries she bowled earlier today.
Of course, her stats say that she has a high score of 37, so she would do well to get to that 37 today. She gets to 37, and Barbados definitely will win the game.
Well, Trishan Holder is also on 37 at the moment. If she can get 37, that will be Barbados going on to take the victory here. And I was going to update you on the men's scores. I'll do that shortly because this game has taken another twist here. And the flight really has confused these batters. Solange Halford, just to go back to her over, 11 balls bowled. No balls, they were wides, and then 5 times she also pulled out. She got to the wicket and stopped. So it was a really, really long over. Down the leg side, that's a wide. So as this game takes another twist, 4 wickets down now for Barbados, 77 for 4. Not a lot to go here. Remember, they are chasing 111. Still have 6 wickets in hand, so they still have the upper hand in this game. That one kept very, very low. Took the underside of the bat. Raghuber is there. And she's another one who has improved her fielding from last year. A lot faster across the outfield, more powerful arm, better throwing technique also.
And you mentioned it though that the Guyana spinners, they are actually giving the ball a lot more flight. And on this, we can see evidence though of the pitch. It seems like it's been deteriorating, and the cracks on this side of the pitch have seemed to open up.
Ooh, Holder almost played that on. Maybe just bat onto pad there. That was very close.
And again, a lack of bounce coming from this northern end. Possibly those are cracks opening up just a bit under the heat of the day.
Oh, that's gone straight through and claimed the off stump. And that is another wicket. It's Lachman. 3 wickets Barbados have lost very, very quickly here. And the captain Holder is gone. 5 down. And really, you have to say now, Guyana have taken the initiative in this game.
And this is going to be a really slow walk going back for skipper Trishan Holder because she was playing really lovely. And 37 is what she made. As we take a look at it here, Lachman picking up the wicket of the skipper, the all-important wicket. And you can see there, misplaying the line of the delivery was Trishan Holder, and the ball just holding the line as it touched down and taking the top of the off stump as perfect as you can ask for from a leg spinner.
Yeah, that looked like the one that went the other way there. At least kept its line well. And Holder playing for one that was going away from her. And just played all around that. And the off stump has gone here. So that is a massive wicket. So the top 5 batters here for Barbados all gone. Halford is out there now. They're into the lower middle order at the moment. And Guyana have a real chance here now to go on to win this game.
At the end of 20 overs, would you believe it? Guyana was 76 for 4 and Barbados are 79 for 5. So nothing much in it at this stage with 20 overs in this innings gone already.
So Howell is in. She's at the non-striker's end. And Amin, who claimed a wicket in her last over, is back on now. That's also close to the fielder. And the extra flight here of Amin and the turn is causing all sorts of problems for Barbados. And their best batters obviously at the top of the order here. Halford and Howell well, they're going to have to stitch together a partnership to get their team back into it. And they just need 32 runs off 59 balls. This is shaping up to be a classic here between these two teams.
Yeah, and Amin is giving the ball a lot of flight, but she's also bowling with pretty much a lack of any pace whatsoever. And there you see again.
Well, they're appealing for a LBW decision. That was going down the leg side, obviously, but not far away there. And Sarah Amin getting her own back here for her team. They're thinking about the single, and yeah, this Guyana team, they're really up for this, and really you have to credit their team management for getting their team in the right frame of mind. Yes, they were 9 for 3 at one point. Yes, Barbados sort of took their foot off the accelerator at one point and allowed them to get back into the game, but they could have easily folded early in this match. They haven't. They've come out here very positive. And you feel they're now starting to reap the rewards.
Well, Guyana has controlled what they could control. They've controlled the fact that they can fight, and they wanted to fight. They controlled their energy. They controlled their togetherness, and how turned on they are in the field, how game aware they have been. And even as they started to dip, as Trishan Holder was taking the game away from them slowly, the couple of wickets they picked up in the last few overs, and you can hear them, they're buoyed once again, and they're buzzing.
That's going to be a wide. Yeah, they certainly are buzzing at the moment here. And, yeah, that is a wide. But Guyana haven't given away a huge amount in this tournament, in this game so far. 31 runs now to go in 55 balls. And, well, that was very close to a no ball. Well, did that bounce a second time?
She did play it just before it bounced the second time.
Just before, but... yeah, that was pretty close there to one. Over has come to an end. 21 overs gone. And there is the card. 37 at the top there for Holder. But that was the important wicket. And here's, let's see what happens. Does it bounce a second time? Well, it did, in fact, didn't it? Yeah, but it was very close there. Difficult for the umpire to see, I'm sure, at this point. But that's one of those calls. So another over from Lachman. Sarah Amin, none for 3, her figures in the 2 overs so far.
And of course, Guyana has gone back to the strategy they started the game with, where all their fielders are inside the 23-meter circle, safe and apart from the deep square leg. So the pressure is definitely on here from Guyana.
Lachman back on for her last over. She's taken 1 for 14, so just 5 more deliveries for her here. And in her last over, she claimed the big wicket of Trishan Holder, the Barbados senior player, and Barbados under-19 captain. Can she do it again? Yes, she has! That one's gone under the bat and hit the off stump. And she has now claimed the wicket of Howell. So Lachman is playing... well, she played a good innings of 25 earlier today, and now she's picked a couple of wickets here, and the slide is well and truly on here for Barbados.
I think Howell was definitely beaten in flight. All ends up with that one. And again, evidence of the Guyana spinners being really generous with their flight. As you take a look at Lachman here into Howell, and you can see the generous amount of flight given above the eye line and beaten in flight, because she played, she did play across the line, yes, but never got to the ball and never reached the pitch of the delivery, and found her off stump rocked back. And Barbados are now on the back foot, 80 for 6 inside the 22nd over.
Well, there's always a feeling around the Caribbean that... at least in the men's game, that Barbadian batters are weak against spinners. That's just an opinion that bowlers have who are not from Barbados. But certainly the spin has done the trick here for the Guyana team. And certainly it is Amin who's done the trick, along with Lachman and White. They have taken the wicket so far. But Barbados are not out of this by any means here. Just 31 runs remaining. They still have 4 wickets to go. 57 balls are still to go here, so they still have a chance to get back and win this one.
Yeah, they do have a bit of time, so it's not just it's not time to panic just yet.
Will they get the single? They do. And single off the first ball faced here by Nia Wood, the opening bowler for Barbados. She's coming in at number 8.
Again, another well-flighted delivery here from Latchman, and you can hear the voices of the Guyana team in unison.
Yeah, they're really enjoying their time there, and I'm sure they wouldn't have enjoyed losing that first game, but they've come back in a big way in this one. This will be a big scalp for them if they can get the win over Barbados in this 30-over contest here in North Trinidad. We'll get a run here. That's Halford.
This time a lot flatter and a lot quicker. And Halford just opening the face of the bat, playing it down to the short third region, and Amin does the cleaning up.
And you think about, go back to those drop catches by Guyana through this match. This one could have been over a long time. Should get one here. Well, they didn't. That a huge amount of indecision here, and with the fall of wickets, a clutch of wickets going down, and that's what it's going to do. That's what it has done to this pair of Halford and Wood. That was a clear single.
Probably a bit of nervousness and a bit of worry, and leading itself into indecision in the running between the wickets. But as I mentioned, it's not a panic time yet. They do have some time. Still 49 deliveries to go.
Well, that one was outside the off stump, and just a hopeful poke at that one there from Nia Wood. And the overs come to an end. That's the end of the spell from Nia Lutchman. And she's taken 2 for 16 in her 6 overs, and she will be pretty happy with her work today. 2 for 16 and 25 not out in the contest, and she has now put her name up there as a possible player of the match. So with her bowled out here, and here's Guyana will have to find someone to plug the other end. It could be White, who will be brought back. She has a couple of overs remaining, and more than a couple, in fact. So she might be plugging that gap from the southern end.
It's kind of expected that Sarah Amen here, still with 4 overs to go, she may be the one to just stay on this end. Again, well-flighted and really no pace whatsoever to work with.
And Halford, who is really low on confidence after that nightmare over earlier today. I don't think we're going to see her coming down the track at any time here. Let's play that one officially, but away from the just away from the fielders. No run resulting.
Extracting a little bit more bounce on that occasion, Sarah Amin. But again, a well-flighted delivery. And not giving the batter anything to work with.
Well, that's down the leg side and a wide. Of course, you would talk about batters using their feet to come out to the spinner in that situation and take on the spinner. Of course, not all West Indian batsmen have done that. So Gary Sobers was one who felt that you don't need to add another way of getting out by coming out of your crease. He stayed and used the crease to full effect. And that's a good delivery, and you'd find that in his career he was only stumped once, and he had already gotten a big 100 at that point. He was one of those who felt stay in the crease and use it as well as you can, and I'm sure the batsman behind me agrees. That's well played.
Conversely, Brian Lara, he loved using his feet. But of course he had great hand-eye coordination as well, so when he used his feet he got to the ball. His hands were really quick, so you found that he himself was hardly ever stumped in his career.
Not that Sir Gary did not have great hand-eye coordination. He certainly did, and it was good to see him yesterday. And there was a nice video released by the Board of Cricket for India in which Sir Gary and Mrs. Sobers coming to meet the India cricket team yesterday at Kensington Oval. That's a good delivery again. And and you could see the great respect that the Indian cricketers had for Sir Gary. Over has come to an end here after 30 overs. It is 84 for 6. And
for the first time in the innings, the required run rate has actually gone up over the current run rate. So Guyana has done well to pull things back here. 84 for 6.
India playing a warm-up match in Barbados before going on to Dominica for the first test match against the West Indies. But it was a great scenes yesterday, seeing that, and you could see how much the Indian cricketers revered and certainly enjoyed that meeting with Sagari yesterday.
His reputation precedes him, definitely. He is the great Gary Sobers.
He was looking in some good form there. A big smile on his face. And
he looks like he can still stroll out to the middle and caress the ball across the boundary a few times.
That's another well-flighted delivery, a wide this time.
Guyana want to be careful here not to allow any ill discipline to creep into their fielding or their bowling, because they do have Barbados on the ropes here. And any extras might just lift that bit of pressure that they have.
Not a good delivery. And they have gone back to White, as I mentioned, to come in and fill that gap at the other end, left by Lutchman, who took 2 for 16 in her 6 overs. And these two, well, after these two, Amin has 3 more overs to go. That's a full toss. Umpires had a long look at that. It is not a no ball, they say.
And of course, just to go back to what you're talking about with using your feet to spinners, President of West Indies captain Hayley Matthews, she's one who uses her feet to spinners, but uses the depth of the crease and laterally across the crease rather than coming out to them more often than not. So it's not always about leaving your crease using your feet. It definitely can mean going back into the crease, creating the depth and the length that you want to pull or cut accordingly.
Not a good delivery here by White, and the lack of pace is really causing some problems here, and Barbados starting to fall behind in a big way, and without the firepower of the likes of Holder and Cumberbatch now, it's looking more and more like Guyana going on to win this one, and this will be a tournament turning victory for them, I'm sure. That is going to be a wide, and if they do go on to win this one, this will certainly be a massive fillip for them. I wouldn't be surprised we see Guyana go on a real run here.
And they will go ahead on points of Barbados and the Leeward Islands.
That's another wide. Of course, still a lot to go here, and if they keep donating runs like this, as they are at the moment, well, Barbados could still win this one. 4 wickets still to go.
With a win here, Guyana could find themselves third on the table, actually, behind the Windwards, who've already won 2 and have moved to 8 points, and possibly Trinidad and Tobago, who will be on 6 should they complete their victory against Jamaica.
Coming down the track is Halford, but can't get too much on that, and the over has come to an end here from Emelisa White. Her third over, and she's taken 1 for 15 in those 3 overs. 2 wickets for Lutchman and 1 for Gramond in the wicket column here.
So 87 for 6 after 24 overs. At this same stage, Guyana were 89 for 5. So based on that comparison, Guyana is ahead on runs and wickets as well at this same stage.
If they do go on to lose this one, Guyana, however, that will be a crushing blow for them, and it certainly could mean they won't have the chance to get into that final on Sunday. Here's Amin to continue. Not a good delivery and good control here. She's just dropping it in that teasing length, just begging the bat to just come out, try your luck to lift me over. And Guyana also have the mid-on and the mid-off inside the circle, so obviously asking the batters, if you want to get the runs, you're going to have to come after us. Cut away straight to the fielder. And just to give you the updates from the men's game, Jamaica 70 for 2, chasing down Trinidad and Tobago's target of 159. So Jamaica looking good there. As for Guyana, men, they were bowled out for 108 of 35.2 overs. She's appealing for an LBW decision, turned down by the umpire. Leeward Islands are 67 for 2, chasing down Guyana's 109 for victory. Guyana in some trouble there. And The Windward Islands are 92 for 4. They're looking for 138 to beat Barbados. So certainly two well-poised games. The Windward Islands ahead in one, Windward Islands ahead in the other, and Jamaica looking good in their game against Trinidad and Tobago. And the hosts, despite sending a very strong team away to that tournament in St. Vincent, are now in danger of losing 2 in a row. Well, not the host, but Trinidad and Tobago, that is. Finally getting one to pull away. All sorts of problems there. Direct hit. But the batter was back in. Wood was back in the crease. So that is the end of Sarah Amin's 4th over. And look at that. 5 runs conceded off the 4 overs she's bowled. Great control for her.
And at 87 for 6, the difference between deliveries and runs needed has now shrunk to just 6. 24 runs needed from 30 deliveries. And Barbados have seemed to been halted here. All ends up and not going anywhere.
Yeah, these two have gone into a shell. They don't between them. You see, if Holder was still there, she does have the firepower to change things with the odd boundary or two. But Halford and Wood, not only are they not getting the runs, they're also not trusting each other in terms of running between the wickets, so they can't pick up the singles. Now, if you're not getting the boundaries and you're rotating the strike and putting the fielders under pressure, that's one way of you turning the pressure back onto the fielding team, but that's not happening either.
Yeah. And of course, we got to remember that these are young ladies. Some of them first time under these type of conditions and in this type of circumstances. So it is something looking to the future that they will learn, hopefully, if they want to carry their careers on further.
Halford to face up down to White. Oh, has that hit the stumps? Well, there's a big appeal here. What happened there? Well, it came onto the stumps, but maybe...
I think it missed the off stump, and wicketkeeper Lindy took the bail and asked the question of a square leg umpire. Let's have a look at it again. But I am of the opinion it went to the keeper, missing the wicket. Yeah, missed the wicket, and the back leg lifted, and wicketkeeper Lindy took the bail. So a lot closer than we think.
Well, she did have the ball in hand, so... Was that a stumping chance?
Well, that's great glove work, though.
It's not conclusive from that angle, but turned down by the umpire. That's all that matters at the moment. That's a wide.
But wicketkeeper Lindy has had a good game today, taking everything that has come her way. She looks a really compact wicketkeeper. She's got her feet in great positions, her hands in great positions.
And getting across nicely to... stop that one if it had gotten through Halford.
She's moved across laterally as well, not getting her feet tied up and keeping her head steady and in line with where the ball is going. So her balance has been great throughout this inning. Wicketkeeper Lindy.
Oh, as you can see, the number of balls needed is dwindling, as has been pointed out by Jared here. 23 of 26 deliveries now. A lot of dot balls will certainly turn the balance here again for Barbados, for Guyana, correction. But for Barbados, that type of delivery, those wides, you're just giving away runs here. And you're giving them another chance to score off the ball that has to be rebowled. Another wide, that's 2 in a row here for White. And the captain has to have a couple of words with her bowler at the moment, because now...
which she is actually going to do.
With just 21 runs remaining, the pressure is going to start to turn back on Guyana at some point, because the scoreboard is saying just 21 needed. That's better. And they won't get the single. And this is where Guyana have done well in keeping all of their fielders inside of the circle. The power hitters are no longer there, so they can create pressure by getting those dot balls. And another wide, 3 in the over already. And White, oh my, just the one ball remaining. And, well, not exactly what the captain would have wanted.
But the captain, you can see the captain there at short cover, and she's actually egging her bowler on to just get it right.
This one's hit, but straight to the fielder, so that is not a run scored off the bat in that over. 4 wides, correction, in that over, but no runs off the bat. And there's the situation. Barbados 91 for 6, 24 balls to go, and they need 20 runs. So this is tightening up here. Which team will blink first late here on this fine Thursday evening?
Yeah, definitely a wonderful game of cricket here today at the CWI Rising Stars Challenge for girls under 19, the under 19 women's Rising Stars. And some Rising Stars we have seen today. Of course, first of all, Herbert Myers with a hat-trick in the first innings, and then some great off-spin bowling here from Sarah Amin, who's going to continue from the northern end.
Full toss, and that's not put away. In the meantime, the other two women's matches are over. The Windward Islands beating Leeward Islands by 8 wickets earlier today. That happened about an hour ago. Ooh, that almost took the off stump. There's a chance at a run out. Yeah! Yes! She's got it! That's a 7-wicket down, and Halford is caught short here. Another wicket goes down, and Barbados slide into further and further trouble here. And that was a suicidal single, and unfortunately, Halford has to go for one.
And that's a bad mix-up there, because that was actually the non-striker's call, because the ball had gone behind the batter, and the non-striker just went with what the striker had said, and that's not good from a Barbados perspective, because another wicket down here, it now means that Barbados' chances of winning this one slips even further away. But definitely with 20 still to get from 23 deliveries, and just 3 wickets remaining, Barbados find themselves in all sorts of bother.
So the wickets tumbling here. The fielder at deep mid-wicket, back in the circle here for Guyana. They're trying to tighten things up here against these Barbados batters. So 6 wickets down, and that one is played away behind square. That's going to run away for 4 runs. Or will it? It's slowing up. My, that should have gone away to the boundary. And that's just a couple. And Dean is the new batter, and she got a nice juicy one down the leg side. And Dean picks up a couple here. Erin Dean, who bowled well earlier today, and she has now picked up a couple of runs here. So it's getting even tighter now. Neil Wood on 1 at the other end. And here's Amin to continue. Another one down the leg side. That's a wide. And Guyana, despite picking up another wicket, to continue to donate runs here to Barbados. And it's getting even closer at the moment.
Yeah, so definitely from the perspective of both teams, and moving forward in this tournament and beyond, this is something that the coaches want to have a look at.
17 runs remaining here. Rakuberu gets across, and the throwers come in. Oh, there's a chance at a run out at the other end. There was no communication with the bowler, with the fielder and the keeper. And the keeper had pretty much given up on the chance. And there was the player still struggling to make it at the other end. Here's Amin. Turned away. They will get one here. Barbados battling away still. They're still trying to get across the line here. And they inch closer by 1 run. Amin still has a delivery to go in the over. So that is now 16 runs to go here. And adding to the drama, now Nia Wood has pulled away. So that will have to be rebowled. The last ball of the 5th over from Sarah Amin. She just has 1 more remaining. And she has been the one to turn things around here. With really keeping things tight at this end. None for 9 in what will be her 5th over so far. Well, there was an attempt at a stumping there, so 5 overs gone, and in those 5 overs she has bowled 30 deliveries, only 9 runs conceded. Excellent bowling here from Sarah Amin, and still she might be on the winning side here, but it's just 16 runs to go in the last 3 overs.
Yeah, and it's expected that Sarah Amin is going to bowl the penultimate over from this end. We have to see who's going to bowl the 28th and 30th over from the southern end.
Well, White still has a couple of overs. Grimond, I think, still has one.
Yeah, the skipper, I think, has an over up her sleeve. And
I think it is the skipper who's going to take the responsibility
here. She has actually taken the ball and handed the umpire her cap. So she still has one over remaining. So she's going to bowl this one, we would expect. Sarah Amin the next over, and then possibly White, who still has an over remaining as well.
So Erin Dean looks around to see that the fine leg has gone all the way back to the boundary here for Grimond. And they will get a fielder from that backward square leg position into backward square leg position.
She was actually in front of square, and the skipper pushed her backward of square.
Yes, Grimond on now. Good delivery, good delivery. A dot ball to start off. That's a great start here for Ria Liana Grimond. So 16 runs remaining, and the equation getting pretty tight here. I tell you what, this is going to be a real classic game. Struck on the pad, is that out? No, down the leg side. Certainly was looking as it was going down the leg side, but Grimond here hitting the pads of Dean, adding to the drama of the moment.
And just like that, a run a ball is needed. So 16 needed from 16 deliveries. So you take a look at that appeal there again, and you're definitely going down the leg side, and wicketkeeper Lindy gave it away.
Back live, and that one's played away down the leg side for one. And that's all there's going to be here. So that one ill-directed there that time by Grimond. So a run resulting. So that is 2.5 overs to go. 15 off 15 now. That's the equation. A run a ball from here on in. Well, that's a great ball from Grimond, just getting the batter forward. So that's now 15 of 14 deliveries to go. Guyana back in front slightly, edge ahead.
And nail-biting stuff here at the UE Sports Physical Education Center ground.
Yeah, it is. Two one-sided contests earlier today. This one going down to the wire here. Not a good delivery from Grimond, and she is really applying the pressure now. That's 15 needed of 13 deliveries now. Just to remind you, Windward Islands defeating Leeward Islands by 8 wickets at Couva earlier today, and at California. Trinidad and Tobago registering their first win in the competition. They've beaten Jamaica by 8 wickets in that one. Jamaica 90 for 8, TNT 92 for 2. Another dot ball, and that is well played there again, and that is a very good over here by Ria Liana Grimond, and her spell has ended. 6 overs, 1 for 16. Excellent work there by Grimond. 1 for 16. So 6 overs gone. Grimond and Lutchman have bowled out. White still has an over to go, and you would expect that Amin will be the one to bowl from this end, and Amin will bowl her final over. And at the other end, who will it be? Will it be White to bowl at the other end to end things off here? And what Grimond has done in that over, just a 1 run conceded, 5 dot balls, and that has certainly made it much more difficult now for Barbados, especially with 2 batters who are not really big hitters and can get those boundaries.
And she also completed her over really quickly.
It certainly does ramp up the pressure, doesn't it? This one's cut away. They will get one. That's a nice diving stop. That is great work there by the Guyana team, and there's a fielder down with an ankle injury. Oh my. Oh, that is... Oh, there's something very, very wrong here with that right foot. I think she's taken a blow to the shin, maybe a bit of cramp. I think it is cramp indeed. Based on having suffered from cramp a lot myself, that definitely looks like a bit of cramp here. Let's hope she's going to be okay and able to continue. But that was a really good stop. She made a nice sliding stop and was able to make to keep it down to 1 run. So that's 14 now. 14 off the last 11 balls.
So down to the wire, this one seems to be going.
And it is the captain, Grimond. She's given everything for her team today.
She definitely has. She's batted well. She's bowled well. She's led her troops with real distinction here today.
And they're calling for something, the umpires here. Maybe it's the stretcher to take her off, or is it the drinks, getting the salts in? I was talking about the pickle juice earlier today. I'm not sure if they have any of that there at the moment, but that certainly does help a lot. And yeah, it does seem that it is a case of cramp. And if you've ever had, you've ever put everything out in a game for your team and you get some cramp after, you know exactly how it feels. That's all part of the game, isn't it, Jared? And, well, she looks to be in a bit less discomfort at the moment here, Grimond. And immediately as she went down, Rettimaya was the first one to get there. And there's Rettimaya just to her left, the number 21, showing great concern for her captain.
Of course, it is a hot day as well, and the heat does not help in situations like these when you start becoming dehydrated, leading into that cramp. It only adds to the pain.
Yeah, it certainly does. And sunshine has certainly been welcomed here. Not in all quarters, but it certainly has been welcomed by everyone here that we are actually able to see cricket today. On Tuesday, not a ball was bowled in that game between Jamaica and the Leeward Islands. The young ladies were very enthusiastic, though. They played throughout the entire day.
Yeah, they enjoyed themselves.
Yeah, they were doing catching practice all the way through the day. They were playing little matches. Yeah, they have this game that they play called one bounce, where if you hit, you have to hit the ball down onto the ground. To stay alive, it has to bounce twice. If it bounces once and you're caught, well, then you have to give up the bat. They also play that all the way through. Here's Amin to continue here. Looking to pull that one away straight to the fielder. Chance at a run out here. And is that out? Yes, it is. And Guyana have taken another wicket. 8 wickets down now. And that, unfortunately, is the end of Dean, who was coming to the danger end. And that was a pretty good take. And Raghuber was once again there to make the throw. She hit the stumps directly the last time. And now she has contributed another run out. This is the 4th run out for the Barbados innings. Yeah, Dean, look at the celebration. Look at what it means.
They are really buzzing right now.
They certainly are.
Definitely are buoyed right now. And a really good day in the field for Raghuber. And not forgetting wicketkeeper Lindy as well, because the throw was a bit short of the wicket. And wicketkeeper Lindy did well to collect and bring her hands around back to the wicket. So a really good day in the field for those two young ladies, as you see here, pulled away backward of square down to fine leg, and it was actually pulled directly to Raghuber. And you see there, the throw was a bit wide on this occasion, but Lindy doing well to bring her collect first of all, and then bring her hands to the stumps. So Barbados in all sorts of bother, still needing 14 runs from 10 deliveries as Amin continues.
Alicia Bowman has almost hit this one back to the bowler. First delivery, and she played across the line of that one and almost found that straight back into the hands of Amin, who really does deserve a wicket. Gets spat on this one. They don't want to go for the single. There have been 4 run-outs already for Barbados, and nobody wants to run at the moment.
And despite so far not yet taking a wicket, Sarah Amin, she did help with a run out. And of course, this type of economy rate you take any day, any time.
2 deliveries still to go. There's one of them, and a chance at another run out here. Missed the stumps. Amin was there, but couldn't break the stumps. So off the mark is Bowman, and she's on 1. The Wood is on 1, and just 1 ball remaining in the over here. And that has now left Barbados needing 13 runs of 7 deliveries. And that's missed. Oh, there was a stumping chance perhaps on there. It is not taken cleanly here by the keeper, but it has left Barbados with 13 runs to get off the last over. And that's what it's come to. So Barbados definitely will have to hit a couple of boundaries here. And here was the stumping chance again. Last ball of Sarah Ammon's spell. And that's a very, very loopy one. It was a full toss.
It seemed to bounce a little bit more than the wicketkeeper had expected. But another chance created by the Guyanese girls. And it's been an innings, a bowling and fielding innings full of chances. But the ones that matter are the 8 chances that they have taken so far to have a Barbados a 98 for 8 going into the last over of this encounter.
And it is going to be White to bowl the last over here. And White, the off spinner, she bowled a couple of wides. She will be told by her captain, please do not bowl any wides here. I'll just confirm, is this in fact White? Well, the keeper's gone back a bit here. Just to make sure, this might actually be, well, it's definitely not Retimaya, who's a lot taller.
It's Retimaya, actually.
It is Retimaya.
Yeah, it is Retimaya who's going to take up the last over.
She's bowling the last over here. And that is hit away towards the fielder, and the catch is taken. 9 wickets down now, Barbados. Just one more to go, and Retimaya, full toss, gets the wicket. And that is the end of Bowman, who is out here for 1. And Guyana just one wicket away from victory.
Yeah, one of those unusual deliveries that you get in a cricket match. A full toss that sometimes you find full tosses going beyond the boundary. And then other times you get no timing whatsoever on your shot. And it just loops up into no man's land. And then there are other times you loop it up straight into the hands of the fielder, as Bowman would have done on this occasion. So Guyana here are really just on the brink of victory. A victory that would take them, as we see here, easy catch behind square.
Well, last player in here for Barbados. And it is the new player who's coming into the team for this game. And she will try to see what she can do here. Barbados need 13 runs of 5 deliveries. And that is looking like a non-event at the moment here for the Barbados team, who fought all the way through this one. And certainly they were in a really good position to go on to win it. And you always felt that if Guyana were able to get a clutch of wickets together, it would make it difficult for the lower order, and that certainly has happened. Here is Retimaya to bowl again.
So it's Collymore to face.
Yeah, it is
the Korea Collymore.
The Korea Collymore, who's come in here, and almost an impossible situation. And her first impulse is to defend here. So just 4 balls remaining, 13 runs to go here. And it has to be, this one has to go to the boundary. She has to hit a 4 here, because once there's not a 4 hit off this one, the match is pretty much over, unless there are some wides to come. That's a good delivery. Attempt at a run out, or rather stumping there. Well, that time it wasn't Johnny Best, though. He didn't go on a walkabout there that time. So this is, well, just 3 balls to go now. 13 runs required. So the best Barbados can do here. Well, there haven't been any 6s, so they're going to have to get a couple of boundaries. A couple of big ones here. Oh, that's another good delivery, and that is it. It was dropped, in fact, but once 2 legal deliveries are bowled here, that is going to be victory for Guyana. So Guyana on the verge of celebrating their first victory of the competition. And it's come at the expense of a Barbados team who were in a great position to win the game after having the opposition at 9 for 3 and 27 for 4. And now they're looking at the other way. And that is played down. And just 1 ball to go now. And they are just about to confirm victory. And Guyana already celebrating in the field. And you can see the fingers up from some of the players already.
And this victory will carry Guyana on to 4 points. Remember, they got no points from that first game that they actually lost to the Windwards. So they will go up to 4 points behind the Windwards on 8 points and Trinidad and Tobago on 6 points. So they will move into third on the table.
Here's the final ball. And that is hitting the pad. They go for the single. But that's all that it's going to be. It didn't hit the stumps. They weren't able to bowl on Barbados, but Guyana have held on for victory here. So that has been an excellent performance from Guyana, who, remember, were 9 for 3 at one point, and they have come back to win this game with some fine off-spin bowling. And the leg spinner, well, the off-spinners and the leg spinner have been able to do the trick for them. The spin department for Guyana has earned them a big victory here against Barbados in this one.
Yeah, they really showed their wares here, the Guyana team, as the bowler Latchman, Nia Latchman.
Nia Latchman, yeah, two for 16 and 26.
26 when she batted, and then those are 2 important wickets when she bowled. Is your player of the match.
And there she is there, the number 31. She will, well, actually, that was Madramutu. Leah Latchman, the number 26. She will celebrate what would be the player of the match here for 26 of 58 deliveries and taking 2 for 16. This is a magnificent win in an instant classic here between these two teams, Guyana and Barbados. So what's going to happen next for these two teams? Well, it will be on Thursday. Today is Thursday. We come back on Saturday. On Sunday. We will be back here on Sunday for the next round of matches. And here at UE Spec, Barbados will be back. They are in action against Jamaica. And as for Guyana, they will go on to play the Leeward Islands at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver. Trinidad and Tobago celebrating their first victory today. They will be up against Windward Islands, who have now had 2 victories in a row. That's going to be a top-of-the-table clash there, Jared.
That's going to be an exciting one. 2 teams one coming off of 2 victories, one coming off of 1 victory. And I'm definitely looking forward to that one, that top-of-the-table clash. As we see here, the teams are just exchanging pleasantries. And I must say that the game has been played in great spirits. And a great learning experience for a lot of these young ladies, and the type of cricket that you want to see as they develop a good, exciting cricket. This now makes it 3 games on the trot that I've had to watch go down to the last over. West Indies and Ireland, England and Australia, and now Barbados and Guyana. So great entertainment from the women's game. And looking forward to these teams coming back out and correcting some of the mistakes that they would have made today. Both teams are very ill-disciplined by way of extras, bowling way too many wides and no balls by way of the Barbados team. And of course, many chances created and a lot of catches going down as well. From a tactical perspective, from a Barbados perspective, probably Trishan Holder could look at being a little more aggressive when you have a team on the ropes at 19 for 3 and 27 for 4 after 10 overs. So these are some of the little things in the game that you want to see improvements with, but all round a great entertaining game of cricket and a great foundation of a women's cricket here in the Caribbean, and something that we can look forward to build upon for the future.
So Guyana beating the Barbados team by 11 runs in this match. Also completing victories today, the Windward Islands defeating the Leeward Islands by 8 wickets, and the Trinidad and Tobago defeating Jamaica by 8 wickets in their match. On to Sunday now. The teams return here. Barbados will take on Jamaica here at St. Augustine. Trinidad and Tobago play Windward Islands at Gilbert Park in California, and Guyana will face the Leeward Islands at the National Cricket Centre in Vancouver. That's it for us here from North Trinidad. We certainly hope you enjoyed today's presentation. On behalf of our crew here, including my co-commentator, Jared Basso, thank you so much for joining us here. And it is goodbye for now. Hope you will join us once again on Sunday for more coverage of the CWI Rising Stars Under 19 Women's Championship.